Think I'm live. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right. I don't know if anybody's going to join in. This one should be really interesting. So we're going to see how this goes. I know it's a really late night on the East Coast. Um, I don't know. It's kind of late in the evening for the West Coast. So we're going to see if anybody pops up. If not, I just do my thing like any other smoke your best cigars and just talk. My man Kendall in the building, so that's what's up. Kendall, what up? All right, Kendall, man, this is doing something special this time around, man. This is for my birthday. It's officially my birthday in the United States. It's been my birthday for a while in Japan. Hi, I'm recording. Okay. So I got this extra anejo from Arturo Fuente. Did you see the color on that thing? Look at this bad boy right here. This comes from 2008, I think. I want to give a big shout out to my man Michael Prisdale for sending this out to me. And honestly, this is the oldest one that I have in my humidor. Sorry about that. That's my daughter. She wants to go out and have a water fight. So my bad on that. But let's get back to this one right here. So this is the oldest cigar that I have in my humidor. Thank you for the birthday shout out. Appreciate you. This is my birthday one, man. Well, I'm coming back on Instagram. When I get back on the gram, I got you, bro. I got you. Let's do this one through the chat. This is the oldest one that I got right here. This one is either from 2005 or 2008. I can't remember. Michael Prisdale sent this out to me. And he's been asking have I smoked it yet. And I've been waiting on it. I've been babying this bad boy. I've been cradling it. I've been taking care of it. And I didn't know when I was going to smoke it. And normally on my birthday, I smoke a shark. I smoke an eye of the shark. And that's my absolute favorite cigar. And for this year, what I was gonna do was gonna do the Viaje for Cigar Hound Dog, but I just smoked that on another live that we just did. You know, and Yeho, you can't be mad at it at all, right? So I just saw Pick Jimmy. He just did the Viaje for his birthday, so I was like, I don't want to do that. If Jimmy just did it, it just don't kind of feel right. I normally do an Eye of the Shark, but then in the middle of the live, I was like, yo, I got this bad boy right here. So why don't I light this up, smoke this, see what it's like to smoke basically a 21 to 18-year-old year cigar. Never done it before. Never had anything like that. I was just about to ask what you guys are gonna smoke on, so I appreciate you chiming in with the Asylum 13, Kendall. Um, I don't smoke too many Asylums, man, but I've heard good things about that particular cigar. So, talking about this one, man, like this thing is so old that the fabric and the adhesive, I can smell the adhesive on this thing. And this cigar doesn't have like that strong of a smell. Like it smells like an older cigar. Matt, what up, man? Hey, you know how I am about the shark, man. And with this bad boy, it's the right move, man. So I just wanted to give a shout out to that, man. This one, you can smell the age on it, honestly. That's interesting. I don't even know how to describe it. It just smells like an old book, I guess. I don't know. Y'all can kind of see it on my face, the awe that I have for this cigar. I didn't even have anything to come with. So if y'all got questions, anything y'all want to talk about, just shoot your shot. Just throw it out there. As Ezra Zion, cookies and cream. I want some milk and cookies. If y'all remember that old Bernie Mac joke. Yo, I've been hearing great things about that Ezra Zion, man. So don't be jealous about the shark, man. It's one thing for me. An old cellar is a good way to explain it, man. It's like you got the dank wine down there. You got some old books and old cardboard, some old wood, damp, all that kind of stuff. We're doing some smoked pulled pork right now. Oh my man, how you what you got on the rub, man? How you spicing that up? I might have a job soon out here, man, where I'm just gonna be cooking barbecue for some people. We're gonna see how that work out, man. Sometimes people just talk, so I don't know how that goes. I can't believe I'm about to cut this up, man. Wow. Mm. Already, I like the way this is going. So let me talk some shit, man, while I'm up here with y'all. If y'all ain't throwing out questions, I'm just gonna talk my shit. It's kind of a weird thing, man, that this thing is almost as old as my oldest child. My oldest is 23, about to be 24. What up, Pan? Oh, you off to work. Have a good day at work. Osukata some of that. Spark it up, baby. We lighting this up. Give me a sec, then we'll talk. I was worried I wasn't gonna have this dry box in time, but I don't seem to be an issue right now. Mm. Let me tell you why this is a celebration, though. Because I gotta be honest with you guys. If you guys saw my last Smoke Your Best Cigars, it was kind of a heavy, weightier topic. It was really serious because I was talking about my man Money. Appreciate it, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers that are out there too. That's another thing that I kind of want to talk about. Shout out JB. Um, it was a really heavy way to do it. You know, I'm doing this at night, and I'm talking about my man Money, and I'm talking about his battle with schizophrenia, and you know, like all the stuff that we went through as being kids, and living in North Carolina, man, just going through a lot of stuff, right? Also, happy Juneteenth for everybody that's out there too. It's a federal holiday now. I'm glad it's being supported, and it's a dope thing that it's always on my birthday, so that means a lot to me too. But it was such a dark live during that time, man. I had to get all that stuff off my chest. So you go into Juneteenth, you go into Father's Day, I go into my birthday, and I don't want to go into that with a heavy heart. And it's kind of ironic that I lose a long time friend, so close to such some special moments for me. It was made better because the next day my wife came through with a PlayStation 5 for me, and that was really nice. I really didn't expect her to do that. The kids made these awesome cards. I got a Star Wars card. My daughter drew one, you know. But I got a text from my oldest daughter. She's in the United States right now. She's in North Carolina, and she sent me a happy birthday, happy Father's Day. And when I get that from her, that always means the thing because she's my number one. She's my first. So that's always special. But I still kind of carry this weight. Being that I made it to 43 years old, and my homeboy didn't make it to 41. Well, he just barely made it to 41. And I kind of carry a little bit of survivor's guilt. And I'm being dead serious about that. Like it's a little bit of survivor's guilt in there. I'm out here in Japan. Y'all see this view that I have. We grew up the same way, and I got a wife, 3 kids. Everybody got all their fingers and toes. Everybody's healthy. Everybody eating. My kids out playing a water fight right now. Just got them super soakers. And it's like, did I deserve this? You feel that, but in the same time, you can't be all heavy about it, man. You just gotta be happy that you made it. You gotta be happy that you got through. Wilmington, shout out, man. I got a homeboy down there named Matt. I got a lot of friends named Matt, obviously. But I've been meaning to get down to Wilmington, man. And I'll get off my little diatribe right now to talk about that. When we grew up as kids in the same neighborhood, he and my boy Money were really close too. I got an interesting story to tell about this. So with my man, I've been trying to get to Wilmington for a long time. And I love to see him out there because he's a father right now. I got to send him a happy Father's Day too. And we grew up with a real weird relationship. And I'll talk about why that's a really weird relationship. It ties into all this. But dude is out there surfing, he fishing, he on his boat, he got his truck, he always out in the water, he ain't never got shoes on. I mean, and when we were kids, he always talked about how much he loved Wilmington and how much he wanted to go back to Wilmington. He was like, oh man, E, you gotta come out, to Wilmington with us, you gotta come out with us. Man, we just gonna be on a boat, we gonna chill and da 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 da. From the time we were little up to this day, he's always talked about that. And I've never gotten down to Wilmington, man. And the pictures that I see is beautiful down there. As much time as I spent in North Carolina, I never made it. So I hope you enjoying your Father's Day down there, man. And if you know a dude named Matt, see if he know Eric or see if he knows Keelan. And you never know, man. You might make another friend out there. Matt is my dude, man, and I love him. So let me kind of talk about that. I'm gonna tie some things in together with that. So there was two brothers, Matt and Mike. They moved into my neighborhood. I lived in these apartments complexes in North Carolina. It was in a small town called Tarboro, right? Trying to keep this bad boy lit. So I grew up in this small town called Tarboro, and we grew up in the 80s. And I tell you guys all the time when I'm talking about my childhood, like all of my friends were diverse. We had so many different races, so many different creeds, so many colors, and that was the best thing about where I lived in my neighborhood. It was an affordable apartment complex, so pretty much, and the people who owned it pretty much let anybody in as long as you had like a decent credit score, and you didn't have to make a lot of money as long as you were just like an upstanding family. So it was kids everywhere. Single moms, full families, rich, wealthy. One of the guys that I knew out there was the first person I ever seen with a super soaker. And when he had it at the time, I think his name was Wade. And when he had it at the time, it didn't even have the super soaker name. It only had Laramie up there. They didn't even have the original name for it. But he had gold all in his house and stuff like that. I hadn't seen anything like that. Dude was super wealthy. My family was poor. And Matt and Mike's family was just a poor family. Two white guys lived with their mom and dad, and I would go over to their house, man. And while I was over there, we would read Batman comics. That was the first time that I read the Batman comic that the Joker killed Robin. Like that was the first time that I had ever seen that before. And it had the whole thing in the comic book where you could call in and decide whether Robin would die by the hands of Joker and all that kind of stuff. That's how long we go back. So when they first moved to the neighborhood, happy birthday. Thanks for the happy birthday, man. Thank you for this too, man. I really appreciate you. What I'm smoking on it's funny that Master Ash Michael Prisdale just came in. This is, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, it was either 2005 or 2008 Anejo 77 Sharp. It's the oldest cigar that I had in my humidor, and I'm just doing this to celebrate my birthday. So this is a wonderful gift right here, man. He didn't even know he was doing it as a gift for my birthday. So that's what we're smoking on. And I'm gonna talk about this. I was just telling this story, right? And it's all gonna tie in. So it's gonna make sense. Just roll with me for a second. Y'all know how I do on Smoke Your Best Cigars. So Matt and Mike, when they first came to Deer Ridge, they had mullets, party in the what is that? Party in the business in the front, party in the back. Even in the 80s, I remember clowning them about their hairstyle, man. It was funny. They had like the bowl cut in the front, and then they had the long, shaggy shit in the back. They wore cowboy boots, and they had never listened to hip hop. So when I first met these dudes, man, I'm walking around, I had my Bart Simpson t-shirts on. I had my high top fade, I had the crazy high top fade, and I had the Batman symbol cut in the back of my head. I was rocking Jordans. I thought I was a cool kid, man. I was a little nerd, but I thought I was a cool kid, right? So I introduced them to hip hop, man. You know, Tribe Called Quest, Foo Schnickens, uh, just about Run DMC, like anything that I could get my hands on. I wanted them to understand what hip hop was like, man. We would just hang out, eat Little Caesars pizza, and just talk. We were the best of friends, man. I love those dudes. We played Nintendo together. We played tag. Like it was just the real '80s life. Like we did the real thing. You know, playing war outside. We had all the guns and we playing war, hiding in the woods. Like you could not beat living in the '80s, man. It was just the best thing. But Matt was the little brother. Mike was like a year or two older than me. Matt was like a year younger than me. And we hung around with all the different, you know, diverse people in our neighborhood, but they were my best friends at the time. I would wake up in the morning, go to their house, vice versa. But what was weird is during the summers, when I would go to their house, they would have to sneak me in. You know, so I would sneak into their house. We would watch Yo and To Be raps, and you know, we would just eat snacks and play with their cat and their dog. They had a dog named Smokey, all of that kind of stuff. We would play football outside, sandlot, and while we were in the house, we would be playing around. But every day at 4 o'clock, they would say, "Hey man, you gotta leave," and I'd be like, "Okay," and I would just run home to my apartment. But I could never understand why I couldn't stay at their house, and it was just like, what's the big deal? You know, like, you know, they would kind of make up some stuff like, oh, my mom don't want us to have friends over, when they get home, so we just got to sneak you in, you know, you just coming in, to play, but you can't be here when my parents get home. I'm like, all right. So some days there would be other kids over there, but the other kids never had to leave. It was just me. And hey, it's 4 o'clock. You got to go home. So add to this, we would be outside playing a little bit, and Matt being the little brother, we would be, running around playing football or whatever, and let's say somebody tackled Matt too hard. And Matt used to wear these braces on his legs, and they would tackle him too hard. It was kind of like the Forrest Gump thing. We had the leather straps and they had the metal. It was a weird thing, like, and he had some hip dysplasia or something like that. And he would cry, and he would cry so much that he would have streaks going down his face and all that kind of stuff. And I would protect him all the time. But one day he got mad at me, and when he got mad at me, he called me the N-word. Now, in the 80s, this is kind of a common thing. Especially in North Carolina. Like, if I tell you all the stuff that I saw dealing with racism and just dealing with bigotry, dealing with the police force and all this kind of stuff when I was a kid, like, y'all would never believe my story. Y'all would never believe how crazy it was. But the difference is that broke my heart when he did it, because to this day, I still love Matt like a brother. I love him, genuinely. And I would always tell him, like, yo, man, you ain't got to do that. If you were anybody else, I would beat you down in this street right now. And I meant it. If it was anybody else, I would have beat him down in the street. Now, this is the kid that I broke bread with, that we ate together. We played together. We would camp out together. We would do it. So, like, I know he loved me as a person. But that would be the first thing that came out of his mouth when he got angry. And I couldn't figure out, like, yo, why would he treat me like that? Why would he say anything like that, man? So, to tie it in with the family, when they would send me home every day, I went over to the play one day, and their mom came home early. So they took me upstairs and they hid me in the closet, because we were doing wild shit. Like, they had a staircase in their house. So we would get in the laundry basket and put pillows all the way down at the end of the staircase, and we would slide down the stairs in the laundry basket. It's amazing we didn't destroy their house. So we're in the middle of doing this, and I think they heard their mom's car or something like that. And the only thing I remember that I had to run back upstairs, and it was a closet. As soon as you go upstairs, and I'm in the closet, like, I got towels all around me, and I'm literally hiding in the closet, and they trying to pretend like I wasn't there, and they were gonna sneak me out. Somehow, I think one of the neighbors told that I was in the house, and the mother knew that I was there. So imagine somebody opened up the door and you got this little black kid hiding in your closet. And the death stare that the mother gave to me, I still can see the evil in her eyes at that point in time. And it was always a weird thing to me because they were so nice when I would, if it was just a normal day, if I wasn't playing in their house, or if we were just playing, tag outside, or we having a water fight or whatever, they were always nice to me. Even one day I missed the bus and she took me to school. But when we got older, when we got about 15, 16 or so, Matt and Mike told me, it was like, man, we got to apologize to you, man. Like, yo, my parents are stone cold racist. And they would say some mean things about you when you weren't around, man. And they were just like, we never wanted to do that because you were always such a good friend to us. And your mom always let us come over and eat donuts and drink Kool-Aid and all that kind of stuff. And we really apologize about that. And in the time that they were telling me about this, they were moving out of that apartment complex to a house down the street. And in the house that they moved into down the street, they had a pool. And they were like, yo, we want you to come over and we want you to play in the pool, man. Yo, when you can see it, we got a diving board, we got all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. And I couldn't wait. So they moved in, but for the first 2 weeks or a month that they moved into this place, they were like, you can't come over and play yet. So all the other friends in the neighborhood would go and they were jumping in the pool, they're playing, they're having a good time, and I had to wait. And the reason that I had to wait was the person that owned the home, until they finalized the deal, apparently they talked about me and they said they had a black friend. And their black friend, they did not want them to play in the pool. They didn't want me to be in the pool water at their house. I don't know. Maybe I was gonna make like chocolate milk out of the pool. Maybe I was gonna contaminate the water. I have no idea. So until they finalized that deal, I couldn't come over and play. Now I went over there, and believe it or not, their parents let me come over and play. And they let me come play in the pool. But I just thought that was the weirdest stipulation in the world. And I'm saying this to say that, like, you think about like where we are now in the 20s, and we passed the aughts and we're into the 2020s and 2023. And these dudes are still my friend to this day. But it's just some wild shit to have to think about. Like, in my lifetime, that's the stuff that we went through. And that's why to me, like, having Juneteenth to celebrate on my birthday is a cool thing. And to be able to survive that, man, and to live through crazy times like that, to be 43 years old today, I still made it. Matt and Mike are still my friends. They show me pictures of their kids. One of the paintings that I got downstairs, not the red one that you guys see, but the black one that's, when I'm doing the videos. My boy Mike did that, and he sent that to me here in Japan. That's the type of stuff that when I'm smoking these cigars and I'm meeting all of y'all, man, and I'm talking up here, it's like I survived that kind of bullshit. That's why it's like, I love this community. I love this whole Brother of the Leaf thing. When I get bombs from Michael, I get bombs from Matt, and I get bombs from DJ or whomever, and Tommy, from Peter, from Steve, like, it's people all across the United States. I want that smoke. Send me, like, I'm getting stuff from outside the United States, and I make these videos and I talk with everybody, man. I love people, and I love this community, and it's a blessing that I can get up here and smoke a cigar that's this old, and people smoking pre-embargo. Like, there's history in all of that, man. Let's see, I appreciate you as a reviewer. Got to educate it out of the culture. Got to educate it out of the culture. Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's what it's about. I sorry, it took me a second to get what you were saying. And I think it's kind of cool to be able to have a platform and to be able to just kind of talk about all this stuff, man. And the way that we grow as a people is when you connect with people. The beauty of, like, we were just talking about Black Mirror, me and the New Wave guys, we're talking about Black Mirror, the TV show. And I think it's a really poignant TV show because there's always some kind of social message that goes into these shows, and they hold up a mirror to society. to see what we're looking like. And this YouTube thing, being a reviewer, being a cigar enthusiast, all of this stuff gives me a way to just kind of talk and connect with people. And if you look at it on a scale, like the internet can be a dangerous thing, right? We always got people trolling. We always got people like photoshopping. We got AI, and somebody could digitally use my face and my voice and actually make me say some really weird things. But all in all, man, the community is good people. When you really think about it, like the majority of the people are good people, man. And we can use this platform for the better. So we can get Sanj Patel on a New Wave Live, have a conversation with Sanj Patel, or we could have another person up there, or just the four of us all come from different backgrounds, and we can talk and we can laugh about movies. We can talk through cigars. We can share cigars. Like that right there, man, that's the stuff that makes me whole, man. Like with the stuff that I survived coming out of the South in the '80s, bro. With the stuff that my parents went through, going from the '50s all the way up. My mom is 71 years old, and she's about to be 72 in a few days. Her birthday is 3 days after mine. To be able to survive all that kind of stuff, man, and to still be able to connect and talk to people. And it's no telling what my kids are gonna see in the near future with the internet, man. We might be able to hit on some hyperlink and be able to just get to Japan in no time and be able to hang out with our friends. And I can just hop on a new Concorde jet, and in a few hours I can be from the United States to Japan, and I can just go to Tokyo and smoke a dope cigar with somebody, and they can see their friends that they've met here, and be lifelong friends with them. That's some cool shit when you really think about it, right? All right, let me talk about this Anejo really quick. Y'all talk about what else y'all smoking out there, man. There's still a few people left in here. I'm not just gonna tell my own stories and shit. I wanted to talk to y'all too. What are y'all smoking? What else is going on out there? So look at this thing, man. Look at I know it's not gonna focus because I got this shitty ass Pixel phone. But look at the color on that thing, man. It's all dingy. Take a look at this shit. That's so fucking old that you can see the color on that cellophane. But it smokes completely different from the Añejos that I had before. That cherry note that I normally would get, I haven't gotten it so far yet. This really kind of like, it's smoother, it's mellow, but it almost tastes a lot more powdery as well too. It's more like a powdered sugar. On the retrohale, I'm getting a little bit of that cherry note, so I should probably be retrohaling this a lot more. But you see, like the ash is holding on. It's a little bit flaky, but it's holding on. Still a nice cigar, man. 20 plus years. There's still some pepper in there. The wood is a bit different though. It has kind of like that muskier, dank kind of feel on the palate. When did you take her to see Elemental, man? That was from Kendall. He was saying that he took his daughter to see Elemental. My daughter wants to see that really, really bad. And I think I heard from DJ that it had like a lot of social commentary in there too, but it's not as good as a lot of the other Pixar movies that have come out recently. Way to go today, man. Happy Father's Day to you. I wanted to take the kids out to see it today, but it's not available where I am. I hope to get to smoke one that old, only 3 years into the hobby. You know what, man? It's kind of funny that you say that because I didn't think I was going to be able to smoke a cigar like this, man. And, if I got something that's kind of aged in there, I know I don't have anything this old. I'll try to send it out. So shoot me an email. This culture with the cigars is kind of different, man. Like you never know where this journey is gonna take you, being only 3 years in. Like the fun part about it is to be able to just hang out, meet and talk to as many people as you can, go to different lounges. You never know who's going to be generous to share with you. You never know, you might just go into brick and mortar and, you know, sometimes you meet some really good clerks. And if you hang out there enough and they see you like you really understand the culture and you really trying to experiment and smoke different cigars and picking some of your favorites, they'll be like, yo, I got something in the back for you that you probably never had before. You just never know who you'll befriend when you go in there, man. Like when I was in Fresno, man, it was a lot of people. Like I used to sit in the lounges, and some of the people I would talk to, man, it would be doctors, it would be lawyers. You know, there were dudes that worked on the trains out there. Like it was a whole lot of stuff, man. And I just sat out there and just chopped it up with them. Just told stories just like I tell to y'all now, laughing at their stories. And you just never know what you might come across with that. Oh, it's from 2011? Been resting a while. Okay, 2011. Either way, still an old cigar, bro. I was worried, Michael, that sitting in my humidor, man, that this was gonna be like, it was gonna be too moist. Cause I got all of my sharks together. Like, you know, I'm babying my sharks. I got them all together. But this one is smoking perfectly. I was able to make sure that it was at the right temperature. I let it dry box for only about a day. Cause I didn't know, it was kind of last minute. When I talked to y'all, that was the decision I made. So I took it out when I went downstairs. So it got a good day to kind of dry box for a little while. But it's not too moist at all. It's not expanding. I gotta admit, man, I'm excited. I shouldn't be this happy. I feel like a big kid, man. I'm happy to smoke this cigar, man. I'm thankful I got friends like that. The oldest cigar I have is a Macanudo Vintage Maduro 1997. Yeah, that's pretty old, bro. When you gonna light that up? What's gonna be the occasion for you to light that up? How long are you gonna let it go? My expectations with a Macanudo, the vintage is probably one of the better Macanudos that's out there. That it will probably be super smooth, but I wonder how much flavor to have. You have a box of them. Oh, okay, you got time to just burn through. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing there. Ah, Kendall, I got you. We're gonna talk about that whole box thing for sure. I can't wait to have that combo. That's gonna be a good one. That's what we're gonna talk about when I do the live on Instagram. That's gonna be our subject for that shit. mm. Oh shit. I do that every fucking live, yo. All right, let's see. I'm down to about 5 of them. You've been smoking on those for a while. That's a beautiful thing, man. I forgot what I was about to say. I was about to tell y'all something. I forgot what that shit was. Oh. So I was going to do a whole video today. I was going to do like a full-fledged video. And I was going to review this cigar. And I was going to... you guys ever watch Breaking Bad? It's kind of a weird question to ask. But remember when Walt was like on the run? Or before he became Heisenberg? For his breakfast, he would always make his eggs and his hash. He would do sunny side up, and he would do the hash, and he would have bacon, and he would put his birthday, or not his birthday, he would put his age and bacon on top of that. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do a whole video when I was gonna be cutting, you know, my eggs up and all that kind of stuff, and I was gonna be cutting the bacon and put the big 43 up there. Breaking Bad was a great show. It was a brilliant show. It's probably in my top 5 shows all time. I was lucky enough to get some Cohiba Robustos before the price hike. Good man, well done. Oldest I have now has gone from it's some Viva La Vida 500s. I think did I review that cigar? Not really sure. I think I did. Florida State victories this football season. Okay, shouts out to Florida State. That's always been a good football team, man. Sorry if I hit the wrong thing. They are super medium for a cigar. Those Macanudos, Kendall, are super medium. Wouldn't expect that at all. So how you like those aged Viva La Vidas, man? I don't smoke that cigar often, man. I know I've smoked one, but I don't know if I did a review on it. Y'all can go back through my channel to see. I don't know. I think I may have done it on I Want to Smoke. I'm not really sure. I don't remember. I'm kind of on the fence about the aging thing. We've been having a lot of conversations about, like, yo, especially when we talk to Sanj Patel, that your cigar should be good. Like, for me, I think they should be good off the truck. Once they finish with their aging process, when they're fermenting in the tabacaleras and all that kind of stuff, I think when they ship it out to the brick and mortars and they ship it out to their vendors, or you buy in your box, you should be able to open that up and smoke that cigar, and it should be fantastic. Now, I know certain cigars like the Andalusian Bull that age well, and honestly, I'm not even mad at this cigar the way it is aged, but I just like being able to have the experience to smoke a cigar this old, and I want to be able to get like a pre-embargo and smoke one of those. I know Michael has probably already done that, and I know he probably got some comments to say about, you know, having a pre-embargo Cuban. I want that experience too. But I can honestly say I think a really good añejo is already going to be good. One thing that's really good about this is I'm not getting any kind of nicotine from this at all. Like, it's a really smooth smoke. Y'all see that, like, I'm taking these huge puffs on it too while I'm talking to y'all. I don't like heavy pepper too much, but the Beaver aged well, and that pepper is smooth now. Nothing majestic, but good enough for a special occasion. Heard that. That makes sense. And that's kind of how I feel about this too. But some of the more prominent flavors that I would get from an añejo shark, I'm not really getting it as much. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the moment. I'm enjoying the conversation. It's a beautiful day out here in Japan. It's kind of hazy, but it's not super humid like it is sometimes. Like, we were doing that live the other day. I was about to die, man. The nicotine is about to kill me. All right, let me see what Mike's talking about here. So, honestly, out of the pre-embargo stuff from back in the day, they smoke a lot of your, like your comparison with the fresh shark to the older shark. And that makes sense. And that makes sense. Pardon me for pontificating on that. Nicotine and strength in body are reduced big time. And when you think about it, that's kind of a good thing, right? Because if you really just sitting back and having a conversation with your people, you got a good drink. Matter of fact, let me open my Bang. I just came back from the gym, as y'all can tell. And I'm still trying to stay young and sexy for y'all, man. That's what, like, I'm not gonna get to 3,000 subscribers if I ain't young and sexy. Y'all don't want to see an old ass, you know, pot-belly dude. Talking about cigars and shit. But you want to be able to sit back and enjoy your cigar without getting the head rush. You want to still be able to have a good conversation. I do wish I could maintain some of the flavors that I love from getting the normal 77 sharp when it's still pretty fresh. Like, y'all know I talk about that 1502 Sapphire a lot. And the 77 Shark, like, it's certain notes that you don't get from a lot of cigars that when you get those cherry notes or those berry notes and stuff like that, and you get that nice sweet balance in there, man, and it's something that perks up your senses, kind of give you that dopamine rush. That's one of my favorite things. But this is more of like a kickback. It turns more into a leathery armchair cigar. And that's kind of a cool thing. I almost feel like instead of being like in a cutoff, man, I should be in like a gray suit with a nice bow tie. I should be in a lounge somewhere with dim lights and shit, with nice warm lights, smoking this cigar. But with this purple guava and pear, that shit is delicious. I know, Michael, I know it's not as good as some of the wines you would pair with this, or some of the liqueurs and shit like that, but goddamn, this Bang is banging. it's kind of cool to grow old, man. Somebody was talking the other day, and they were saying the point is to get old. That's your goal. You want to be able to get old. I want to get more gray in my beard. I want to be able to see my kids grow up and celebrate birthdays. I want, like, it's gonna be really cool. I might save some of these cigars. I might actually save some of these sharks that I have for my son. So when he turns 18, we can sit back. That'll be 8 years from now. When he turns 18, we can sit back and have a cigar. And I could be an old man in my 50s, man, smoking a shark with my son would be dope. All right, hey man, enjoy whatever you want with this one. It's been waiting for the perfect pairing, not mine, for sure. All right, so we've got the box of cigars that's aged the best is the Camacho Diploma Black Special Selection which came out in 2017. The original wrapper was a Corojo Maduro. Binder is original Corojo. The filler is original Corojo. The country origin is Honduras. What does that taste like? What kind of flavors you getting off that? Yo, that cigar in your thumbnail is looking right. How is it smoking? Shouts out to Grape Drink. Got a Grape Drink. It's smoking really good, man. It's that's kind of what I've been talking about since you came in. It's really old. Michael Prisdale just told me from 2011. Sorry, I had the dates wrong earlier. We were talking about a lot of different aged cigars during that time. He sent out a lot of aged cigars to the fellas. Hey, we're gonna talk about that episode of Black Mirror when we get to catch up, man. Glad you came in and thank you for this, brother. But it's smoking like an older cigar, right? You get a lot more of the dank, you know, odor, you know, kind of like a bookish type vibes in there. When I do a retro hell, I can still get the cherry notes in there. It's a lot more leathery. It's more like a powdered sugar, not much pepper at all in there. That has pretty much died down. And I'm kind of getting into the heart of the cigar right now. It's just really smooth and mellow. And that's kind of what, you know, what you get when you get like these older cigars. And comparing it to, because, you know, this is in my top all-time favorite cigars. My favorite is the Eye of the Shark. But the Añejo 77 is probably going to be number 2, number 3 all-time favorites. And I kind of like them when, you know, they're already aged for, what, 10 years anyway, before you even get them. So it's a lot of age on this cigar, man. And I like them mellow with the yellow cello. This thing, the wind blew it away, man. But let me grab it real quick. Hold on. This shit ain't yellow, bruh. This shit is almost brown. Look at that shit. It's almost like my skin. That shit. Yo, it's kind of cool, man. Like you can almost, you can't even see the gold on it. Like the gold lettering on it. Because it's almost the same color. That's kind of dope. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at a cigar like this, bro. And you got to treat yourself, man. And when it's your birthday, man, you got to celebrate. You got to celebrate living. You got to celebrate life. And that's what these cigars are for, right? We come up here, I come up on this rooftop. This is where I come to meditate. If I had a long day, I had a long fucked up day the other day. And the best thing that's been chopping up with Kendall, smoking cigars, chopping up with the new wave fellas, smoking cigars. Talking about the passing of my friend the other day, smoking a good cigar. So, it's how you live life, man. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you, man. Kendall was saying now it's muted cayenne and chocolate espresso notes versus at first, when I first got it, it was sharp and pungent black pepper and chocolate. What I love about this whole thing, man, is being a culinarian, flavor profiles was everything for me when I was in culinary school. And when I got out of culinary school, I wanted to show people that I had a good palate. And I wanted to show people all the time, Ricardo, what up? Happy birthday. Hope you're enjoying your day, man. I'm enjoying the kicking with y'all, man. When I was in school, like all of my classmates would, if we would, let's say we butchered fish that day, and we trimmed the fish down, and we had a really big salmon. It was our first day, learning how to fabricate fish, and they would send the fish over to me, and I was just like them. I'm in the same class as they were, and they'd be like, "Yo, Key, we want you to season this up, and we want you to put the flavors on it and all that kind of stuff." And that was like a badge of honor to me. This is before I even got into cigars. Like just having a palate meant everything to me. And one of the interesting things is being able to do the reviews and smoke all of these cigars and enjoy the different flavors and pairing them with different wines and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of the highlight for me, man. It's one of those things that I appreciate the flavor profiles and being able to see the comparisons from a newer cigar to a well-aged cigar, or when I do the buyer's guides and I'm comparing what's one that I did? When I did the Wise Man versus the Elwood Wednesday. Being able to compare those notes to see how different those were, or the Warwich light and dark. That's the most fun thing for me, man. Like I get super excited just kind of seeing like the differences in all the cigars and what time does to them and all that kind of stuff. It's probably the most intriguing thing for me mentally while I'm doing this. I had a Patron that tasted like burnt part of a marshmallow from making s'mores when I was a kid. Haven't had one that good since, but been chasing that taste of memory connection ever since. Dude, I feel you on that. Chasing that dragon is a crazy thing, right? When you have that first cigar that hits you in a different way, and you can connect with a flavor profile that you've never had before, and it starts growing on you, and you're like, oh man, I gotta get that again. Like my first Fuente was the thing that I talk about this all the time on the live streams, but that I had a Fuente that just changed. Like, okay, I'm always trying to get that, and I was always trying to find a new flavor profile. Um, when I did the one-off by Illusione, the Plus 53, I got like a lemon drop profile in that thing, and I've never had that flavor before in a cigar, and I'm still chasing that. So I totally get what you're saying with that, dude. A cigar and a good port is my favorite combo. I see why it would be. I don't drink liquor, so I don't drink ports, but when I was working in a butcher shop when I lived in Norfolk, we would do these big wine tastings. And we just sat at a table that was made out of Butcher Block. We would sit at the table, and they passed me a drink, and it was a port, and I didn't know what it was. When I tell you that thing was delicious, and I was so mad that I found out it was a port that I don't drink liquor, because I want that again. I would never drink it again, but god damn, that thing was good. I can only imagine what that would be like if I had like a Patoro, or if I had like a really good Opus X or something like that. God damn, that thing. I can only imagine, man. Like, I know that was a good feeling. Ports are really good, man, because I love a really good wine. If you guys ever get a chance, there's a Japanese grape. Um, so the word for grape in Japan is called Budo. And Yama means mountain. So the area that you guys are seeing in the background back here, this is Sakura Yama. I'm on top of a mountain. That's why you can see all of Zushi right here. This is the city that I live in. And back here on this part right here, that is Kamakura. And this is the Sagami Bay. That's Zushi Beach right here. So on this mountain that I live on, you can see all of that. So I live in Sakura is cherry. So I live on Cherry Blossom Mountain, right? So Yama means mountain. So Yamabudo is mountain grape. So if you guys ever get a chance, go out and get and see if you can find it online. Yokohama Yamabudo. It's one of the best grapes I've ever had. It's one of the best wines that I've ever experienced. That shit is fucking delicious. It still tastes like a wine. You still get the tannins and all that kind of stuff, but it's so fruit forward and it's so juicy. And it, like, when you go out in Japan and if you get something that says Budo, or if it says something that's great, it doesn't taste like something like this. It, you know, where it has like grape flavoring, it tastes like grapes. So their wine still tastes like grapes. I don't know what the Japanese do, but when they make a fruit drink, it still tastes like that fruit. When they make their wines, it still tastes like that fruit. It's phenomenal. And if you guys want to smoke a really good cigar and have a good wine with that, go out and get Yokohama Yamabudo. Do you still have the Cohiba Weller cigar I sent you? You know I do. I still have that. And Kendall, I've been telling you for a minute that I want to figure out what to do with that cigar because I want to pair it with Weller, but I'm never gonna drink Weller. Like, you know, so I gotta have that in the moment where I'm gonna drink it with something that fits. So I'm still working on that cigar, and I know that's gonna get better with age too. So I'm definitely gonna try that cigar. That's it. Speaking of wine in Japan, do you dabble in sake? I don't, man. And like, I honestly, I feel like I'm missing out. And the reason I say that is because I don't drink hard liquor. And the reason why I don't drink anything that is above a wine is because I had an uncle who just passed away about 2 years ago, who was an alcoholic, and he was like Jekyll and Hyde. He taught me how to fish. He taught me how to lace my shoes, and he was the greatest uncle in the world when he was sober. But when he drank, he would ruin all of our holidays, or he would ruin like our cookouts and stuff like that, just because he couldn't control alcohol. And he had PTSD from being in Vietnam. He and my father were really tight. When he was sober, man, he would tell me stories about my dad. I lost my dad when I was like 9 months old. So I never drank because he and I were a lot alike, and I have an addictive personality. So I was always scared that if I ever got drunk or if I ever got into alcohol, that I would turn into him. So I never did it. But what's really cool is out here, man, if you ever get to Japan, in Tokyo, you know how they have the vending machines everywhere, right? With the vending machines, you can get just about anything you want. You can get panties, you can get ramen, you can get pizza, you can get ice cream, you can get sodas, you can get water, you can get whatever you want. I can go down the block right now in this neighborhood and I can go to the soda machine, and it's just like a ton of cool stuff that I can just get out of the vending machine. So they have this place that the whole store is vending machines for sake. You pay a certain amount and you go in there and you can just drink until your heart is full with sake. And I feel like I'm missing out on that experience. There's a part of me that wonders, can I go in there and just try and taste and spit the sake, and just so I can experience what that flavor profile is like? I'm still debating in my head if I want to do that or not. I don't know. Maybe y'all can convince me to do that. I don't know. But it's something that I want to try, man. And somebody in here like Kendall and and Michael Prisdale, those dudes know their wine, they know their alcohol and all that kind of stuff, man. And it's a major part of me that wants to try that because I love flavors. I'm just terrified of the alcohol in my personality, man. I'm terrified of it. I can't even lie to you. I have a pairing that will go good with it for you. I'll send it to you. Tell me what it is, Kendall. Tell me what you're pairing with that. Because if it's like some serious alcohol, I can't do it. But if it's something that I can drink, we'll do a live, and it's just me and you. We'll sit back and talk about it. If you're down to swish and spit, I highly suggest it. My brother loves sake, man. warm or cold. And I love sushi. So we go out here, man. There's this a thing that they do out here, conveyor belt sushi. I don't know if they have it in the States. I've heard somebody say that they do have it, but it doesn't take off like it does out here. So with the conveyor belt sushi is, you go to the sushi restaurants, and there's these conveyor belts where the sushi is just going around on a conveyor belt. And after COVID, now you just go and you put in your order on a tablet, and they'll send you out the type of sushi that you want. And you can get sake, you can drink that. That's something that I want to try flavor wise. Low country bourbon, sugar black tea. Black tea? But it got bourbon in it, man. Tastes like burnt sugar, buckwheat, chicory, and bourbon. I'm drinking sake right now. Hey, man, kampai. Cheers to you. Enjoy that shit, bro. What kind of sake you got? And Kendall, see, that's what I'm talking about. Those flavors that you're talking about, that's the stuff that I love, man. Like, you can go out here, man. They got this black tea that I get out of the vending machines all the time, and it just tastes like roasted leaves and roasted nuts, and it's no sugar content in it. And when I'm fasting, that's what I drink during the day, because it gives me a little bit of that savory feeling, like you're eating something, because it has those dense, rich wheat and nut and leaves in there, man. It's such a beautiful tea. It's so good. And now that you mentioned that, I should probably pair that with some of these cigars that I got. That would be an excellent idea. So Lewis just joined in here. I'm gonna say Geki Khan. So Lewis is in here. He said, "What am I smoking?" So this is Michael Prisdale from Massey Ash gave me a 2011 Fuente Anejo Shark 77 extra Anejo. Beautiful cigar. What is my favorite leaf? That's a good question. I say for me, man, I go back and forth between Connecticut broadleaf. I think that's why I like a lot of soccer stuff, man. I love Connecticut broadleaf and Mexican San Andres. I kind of love those chocolatey notes. I kind of love, like, it gives a nice sweetness in there, and you still get some pepper. You still get some of that umami and some of the savoriness in there. Those would probably be my favorites. I love a good Corojo as well, too. I like the cedar notes. I like the nuttiness and the roasted flavors. Sometimes you get a good buttery flavor in there, too. And when you get a nice butter in there, that's a really good flavor profile. The Cuban Quay d'Orsay number 50 if you ever get a chance to have that Cuban cigar, it's fantastic because you get those buttery flavors in there. It's delicious. Let's see. Let's see what Kendall was talking about here. So, tastes like burnt sugar, buckwheat, hickory. He told me about that one. So, and there's no bourbon in it. Oh, okay, bet. All right, yeah. If you get a chance, send that to me, man. Let's talk about that on the live. That'll be fantastic. I want you to have that. And if you got any Wellers, man, me and you, we were just talking about this on the live. I think you were on that live stream, man. It'll be kind of cool to have, the same cigar, same pairing as somebody else. You're welcome, Lewis. Just to kind of share that and compare notes. That would be a fun thing to do. Whenever I'm talking with a cigar in my mouth, man, I always think about Michael Jordan. You guys ever see the video of Mike when he in the locker room and he's talking shit, and he was like, it take a good man, and you got the bat, and it takes a good man to talk shit when you're down. It's easy to talk when you up 30, but when you down 30, it ain't easy to talk shit. It take a real man to talk when you got an even score. That's one of my favorite videos, man. I love Mike when he did that. He said he was just thinking about that right now. What country is that, bro? I am in the Kanagawa Prefecture. I'm in Japan, and I was just telling everybody that I'm on Sakura Yama. I'm on a mountain that's in Zushi-shi. That's the city that I'm in. So I've been in Japan for about 3 years now. Hopefully, I'll be here for a long time. I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here, but I love this country, man. And the reason why I love this country is because it's safe. My kids are out here running around, having a water fight right now with the neighbors' kids. They're Japanese and Filipino, and my kids are black and Filipino. And there's these Japanese kids that live in the neighborhood, man. I just love that they out there playing around. They're safe. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I can just hop on the train right now and go to Tokyo. MJ is definitely the GOAT, the absolute GOAT. And I can just hop on the train, go to Tokyo, kick it in the city, and just walk around Shibuya and Shinjuku, or I could go into a dope cigar lounge and just chill. You can find anything you want. You can walk up and down the street, just go to a vending machine, get up whatever you want out of the vending machine, eat some good ramen. And right now, the yen is like 140 to the dollar. So, the US dollar goes a long way here in Japan. So I can just get my Passmo card, beep, hop on the train and just go. And the people here have been great. You never know what it's going to be like as a foreigner just because this is such a monolithic culture. But the people have been great. As long as you try to speak a little bit of Japanese and you respect the rules of the country, you can just come out here and vibe, man. And anything you want, you can get. It's literally here. You can go to Akibahara, go down there and get all the anime stuff, get all the anime books, go play some video games, buy some old technology, go out and get a Famicom, go out and get a PS2, get an old Game Boy. All that shit is still in good condition. It still works. I can go out and buy Cuban cigars and not have to worry about it. And then I can get them at a pretty decent price now that the yen rate is so low. It's a good life, man. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a good life. Tonight, my wife is taking me out to, what about gastronomy? As far as like cooking here, or what do you mean? As did I get into gastronomy when I was into the culinary scene? That can go a lot of ways. So kind of clarify that. I want to know what you mean by that. I ain't. I'm, I'm not flexing, but it's just a cool thing, man. To be able to see like a different lifestyle, man. And honestly, like I was telling you, when the thing started, man, I grew up in the country in North Carolina, man. I was poor, and my mom was really dope because my mom was like super hard working, single mom. She worked late into the night, and I was a latchkey kid. So I had to learn how to cook, and I had to learn how to survive for myself in many ways. But she gave us everything that we needed. Like I wasn't deprived, but we couldn't travel. I didn't get on a plane until I was 22 years old to go see my now wife when she lived in New York, and that was after September 11th. So that was in 2002 was the first time that I got on a plane. Like I never saw what it was like to have open gates and your family can go to the gates with you and all that kind of stuff. So to be able to bring my kids out here and to be able to travel and see something I've never seen before. This is the first country that I've ever lived in that wasn't in the United States. And I was in my late 20s before I even got to California. You know what I'm saying? So like, trust me, this ain't a flex. It's just cool to see this. I remember you said a while back you lived in the city I was from, Fresno. Word, yeah, man. When I left the butchery field in 2015, we drove cross country from Virginia to California, and I lived there for about 4 years. And I got to be honest with you, man. I hated Fresno. I hated Fresno, but I did like the cigar culture that was out there. I had a good time out there as far as like going to cigar lounges and whatnot. But I went through hell when I was in Fresno. God damn it, I went through hell living out there. But the Bulldogs weren't as bad. You said the same. The Bulldogs weren't as bad, but they were just rebuilding the downtown and they were trying to make downtown better. And I lived between Shields. The street was Shields. God, I can't remember the street that I lived on. Fresno is hell. Fresno is absolute hell, bro. My neighbors were like meth addicts, and they had this crazy ass pit bull, and I got bit by the pit bull when I was living out there. I got hit by a car. I went through hell living out there, man. It was, God damn it. What you don't like about Japan? What do I not like about Japan? That's a great question, right away. The work culture. That's the one thing that I don't like about Japan. It's hard to make friends out here because people work so hard. Like, it's hard to make friends because people work all the time. And you can literally see people like the salary men, they will work all day, 10, 12 hours a day. And then they go out to the izakayas and just drink and drink, and they will pass out on the street. Like, you can literally just step over people sleeping on their briefcases and stuff like that. These little tiny ass streets, like these streets are tiny. They're two-way streets, but they can only fit like one car at a time. And when you're driving, like, most people don't really drive out here. They usually take the trains or whatever. When you're driving, like, if you miss a turn on a freeway or something, it's gonna take you 20 minutes to get back where you're trying to go. And then you're paying tolls for all of that. That shit will tax you, like literally tax you. It's mentally taxing. It taxes your time. It taxes you, for paying the tolls. I hate that shit, bro. Do I still post on my Japan channel? No, I don't post on that channel anymore. Only because I enjoyed doing it, but the production value, trying to do that as one person, trying to maintain the vintage cigar, trying to work, raise my kids, the time that it would take me to get that channel monetized, I'll probably be out of Japan by the time I got that channel rolling and going the way that I want it to. So I decided to scrap that and focus back on the vintage cigar and just kind of live my life while I'm in Japan and just go out and explore and do all those kind of crazy things. So I'm still gonna go out to some of the cigar lounges and put that on this channel, but it was so much hard work editing the videos and getting all the B-roll footage, and it was just too taxing, and I couldn't get the channel to get monetized because I may be leaving this country in about a year, or I may be here for another 3 to 5 years. I don't know. So it was just too much of a gamble. So I decided to get rid of that. It would be cool to see you and the new wave guys blend a cigar in the future. Dude, if I could sit with those dudes, man, and just go over some different leaves and smoke a cigar, like if we could just do a new wave cigar, that's just our brand, and just we put all our minds together and the way that we talk about cigars, man, I would love to do that. That should, like, I would love to do it. One of these companies got to be willing to work with us to do that. Now that you mentioned that, I'll probably bring it up to the fellas to see if we can do that. That shit would be super cool. We all travel out to like Nicaragua or the Dominican Republic, Honduras or something, and work on a cigar. That shit would be crazy. They work harder than Americans. Don't mean it like Americans work hard. We don't. Just heard we are exploited as workers more than a lot of the other countries. I work 3 to 4, 12-hour shifts a week. No, they work like that every day, bro. Every day. And I know some people that work 6 days a week. And what is the name of this? What is the name of that shit? It's a name. They got a name for like people that they work so much. And let's say like they didn't get a degree or something. right? They worked their whole life and they didn't excel in school. They probably are not able to make it into the job market because the job market is so different. So these people become hermits and they can't work. They can't get into the workforce and they just live in their homes. I can't remember the terminology for that. You guys can probably Google it and look it up. But the people who do get into the workforce, they are just they work like slaves, bro. And they still have like the very chauvinistic domination for the men are in the hierarchy. They're the senpai, and the women just they got to dress a certain way, they got to look a certain way, and they work crazy hours. And most of the time, like that's why so many people out here drink. That's why the suicide rate is so high. I hate the work culture out here. And I tell people all the time, like, it's no way that I would ever work for Japanese companies because of that. They're completely closed off to the world. And you can see the homes, man. It look like nobody lives in there, but it's people living in there, man. It's a brutal culture when it comes to that, man. Do they really have a scheduled nap time in some offices? Yeah, man, because like they work for so long that they fall asleep at their desk. And they also have this other thing where, like, say for instance, if their boss is working that day, they have to stay at work until their boss leaves. No matter when the boss came in, no matter when they came in, they got to keep working. So they'll schedule nap periods because they work so much. And it's rude in their culture and it's frowned upon to leave work. And let's say your coworkers are working with you and they're working on a project, you're done for the day. It's like you're walking out on your coworkers if you leave to go home to your family for that day. So they will stay and work, and they will work all day, and they'll burn themselves into the ground. It, I just I love this country, man, but I'm hoping that'll change, man. It's really a fucked up system. I'm not working in my field while I'm here, but being that I work on a military base, my job is lax as hell, man. I'm chilling with my coworkers for most of the day. I don't make a great wage, but I make enough to get by. My wife has a really great, job, and that's the reason why we're out here. We're completely civilian, so I don't have a lot of that weight on me. But it's so hard for me to meet my Japanese friends because they work all the time, and they have a saying that's "osukara-sama" or "osukara-sama desu," that you say to people because it basically means I know you're tired, I know you work hard, and that's what you say to people. Like if you're leaving, Osakara, and if you see somebody at work, Ohayo gozaimasu, Osakara, like it's one of those things because that's so ingrained in their work culture because they know everyone is tired and they know everyone works hard and they try to like show respect to the people who are working their ass off, man. It's a crazy thing. You get paid in USD or yen, both actually, because I got more than one job. I got some under the counter jobs that I work, and one of the jobs that I work is for this old guy. He's probably been in Japan since the '90s, and his wife is Japanese. He speaks fluent Japanese, and we go out and we drive for people, and we drive people all over from Yokosuka to Yokohama to Tokyo. We drive people to the airports and all that kind of stuff, and they pay me in Japanese yen. So I use yen a lot, especially like going down to the convenience stores and I shop off base. Since I live off base, we didn't want to live in the military base, so like I spend yen all the time. So like I get paid both actually. Great question. I honestly don't know what my pay rate is compared to the Japanese. I don't know. I don't know if that's something that I would talk about online, but I get paid a decent amount here. It's really hard to say because there's some really wealthy people, and when I tell people where I live in Japan, like when I'm talking to Japanese, they were like, "Oh, you live in a wealthy neighborhood." So, and there's a neighborhood not far away from here called Shonen Village, and when I tell you like the different Maseratis and the G wagons and the Lamborghinis and stuff like that that you see out here, there's some people that got money. Plus, you got the Yakuza. that they're in Kamakura and they're out here too. So it's some dope. It's some money out here. Like you see a lot of the Teslas and like these. One thing that I love about Japanese culture, man, is they love their cars, man. They love their cars and their motorcycles and that shit out here. And most people don't drive, but you'll see them cleaning their cars and doing all that other kind of stuff. Do they accept USD? No. The only time I spend USD is when I'm on the military base. That's it. If I'm out and about, it's straight yen. Nobody's taking a dollar. Like, and there's a lot of like dollar exchanges and all that kind of stuff like that too. But one thing you can say about the Japanese is that they really try to focus on keeping their Japanese culture as much as they can. If you know, you know. What up, brother? Hey man, I don't know why you didn't get that notification, man, but I'm glad you're here. So, how real are the Yakuza? Are they prominent out there, or have they faded out over time? No, they're still here. They're definitely still here. It's not like what you see in the video games or in the old movies and stuff like that, but they're definitely still here. So there's this company out here. I think it's called Black Cat. So if you're going to the airport, if you're going to Haneda, or if you're going to, what is the other one, Narita Airport that's in Tokyo, Black Cat will take your bags and ship it for you to the airport, so you can travel on the train, or you can travel when you by car or whatever, and you don't have to worry about your bags. They ship it all for you. But the thing about that is, I know that the Yakuza run that. Anything that has to do with construction out here, the Yakuza run that. Pachinko is the way they gamble out here. The Japanese run that. Kamakura, they're super heavy out there. That's like an old beach town. There's so much money out there. And you can see it when like all the temples out there and all that kind of stuff is still beautiful. But the homes are huge. There's this home in Tokyo that looks like a Western style home. They actually have grass. They got like this long walkway, and it's a huge 2-story mansion that looks just like something that you would see in like an old mansion that you would see like in Virginia or something like that. You never see homes like that in Japan. I'm convinced that's Yakuza. It's like, how do you got that kind of dough? It's crazy. And the type of cars that they got out there, all the Mercedes, it's nuts to see it. But one time I was jogging out here. I was going for a jog. I jog out to the beach that's out here, and then I jog back. And I'm passing by this house that's being constructed out here. And there was these young cats that was doing construction. They dressed in all black. And when I ran past, the dude just stopped working, and he stared me down. Like, he gave me the coldest stare. And dude was like stacked, like he was jacked. And you don't see many Japanese dudes that are like built like he was built. Like, you could tell the dude was working out. He was probably a martial artist just by his stature and the way he carried himself. And the look that he gave me was like, what are you doing here? And I wasn't scared, but it was one of those things that I was like, okay, I'm seeing something different right now. I know I don't normally see this. So when I told this to one of my Japanese friends, he was like, okay, yeah, Yakuza, they run construction. So a lot of the younger dudes that are just getting into the Yakuza, they have to do that kind of manual labor. They have to do that kind of work. And they got to, ingratiate themselves into the Yakuza culture. So yeah, they still run deep. And I got tattoos. So when you go to the beach here, like Zushi Beach, when you go to the beach out here, you can't show your tattoo on the beach. And if I wanted to go to like an onsen, the hot springs, I got to cover up because they don't want the Yakuza to come in. So it's still a thing, man. And one thing about Japan is that there's a lot of underground cultures. It's a lot of sex work. It's a lot of gambling, horse racing, pachinko, sports betting, and all of that kind of stuff. Most of that is run by the Yakuza. So when you go into Tokyo, when I say you can find anything you want, you can find absolutely anything you want when you go into Tokyo. A lot of the clubs that they run out here, the Yakuza run a lot of the clubs. Roppongi, Shinjuku, Shibuya, all of that kind of stuff. You can see the dudes when they're wearing their suits. You know who they are. Now, I've never paid attention enough to see if they're like missing pinkies or anything like that. I don't get that deep into it. But a lot of the guys that I've been working with, I'm gonna start doing some security work out here starting next week. A lot of the guys was like trying to get into the promotions and trying to get in running the clubs and stuff like that. They were like, yo, in order for us to get into here, we talked to a lot of the Yakuza members and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they still run out here. It's no joke. What's up with the gambling laws and pinball slots? They don't really do pinball. They do pachinko. I don't understand it. I don't gamble. I just lost some money the other night and I'm still sick thinking about it. So I'm not a gambling dude. I don't get into a lot of that, man. I mind my business. I hang out with people. I drink my juice. I eat my ramen. I eat my yakiniku and okonomiyaki, and I go to the street fairs. I don't get involved with that, bro. I don't know. Pachinko is what it's called. There's a huge gambling thing out here. They do the horse racing and pachinko a lot. And you're walking down the streets, and when you're walking down, like you'll see, like it'll be dark on the streets, like it's dimly lit with the street lights or whatever. And then you would just see this huge building with like bright lights and stuff like that. That's usually going to be a pachinko parlor when you walk by it. I know the Yakuza still run some of the shops and all that, but I'm not educated enough to tell you like what type of shops they run. And it's kind of interesting because when COVID hit, a lot of the restaurants were still working and they were still rolling, and they would be empty. And you were wondering like how they stayed open and how they stayed afloat. I wonder if the Yakuza had anything to do with that, but I'm only guessing. I can't tell you if that's the truth or not, but I've heard things. Do you find that the stereotypes of Japanese people being closed off and not so accepting of foreigners to be true or overblown? I would say both. That's a really good question. Like, say for instance, they got a thing like when you're on the trains that they call it the gaijin seat. And so when I sit on the train sometimes, I can go like a whole ride, say from here to Yokohama is about 30 minutes on the train. I can go that whole train without anybody sitting beside me at all. Like nobody would sit beside me. And people would stand up rather than sit beside me. Now, a lot of that they say is because we wear deodorant and we wear cologne as Americans, and that's not really a common thing in Japan. So a lot of they say we stink. They don't like our smell, but a lot of them are like they're not really like used to us. And I've only been called gaijin in a derogatory term one time. I went into I did a video one time in Yokohama. There's a cigar shop called Humidor. And I went in there and I bought an eye of the shark one time. And the lady that was at the counter, she kind of gave me a side eye, and she was speaking in Japanese to the dude smoking cigarettes in there. She was like, gaijin, And I knew what it meant. I knew what it meant. But the way she said it was like, I get this foreigner in here, and I'm buying this $30 cigar. And she was looking at me like, what is this dude doing? But that's the only time that's ever happened in a way that I felt like it was like they weren't happy with me. But for the most part, man, if you're speaking Japanese and you're being respectful, they don't trip off of you too much, man. And I went in into a 7-Eleven the other day, and I had this shirt on, so you can tell like it's kind of cut. A lot of the people here are very conservative as far as like the way they dress, especially the women. They're usually covered up for the most part, and they don't show a lot of skin. But I could tell that the ladies in there were talking about me. I don't know what they were saying, but the only thing that I heard was kokujin, and that means black man. So I did hear that. And I thought that was kind of funny. Oh shit, I burned myself. But they were kind of like giggling and talking about me because I'm standing in here buying like my protein drinks and all that kind of shit. They were laughing. But for the most part, man, everybody shows love, man. When I go into a restaurant, they usually give us an English menu, and they try their best to speak as much English as they possibly can. I've never had any like really negative things. So when I'm walking down the street, I can hear somebody point me out saying kokujin every now and then. But for the most part, man, everybody's been cool. It's not really a Western thing. It's just here, just like genetically, they don't have the same chemical makeup as we do. So when they sweat, they don't sweat nearly as much. and they don't, they don't have the same bacteria, so they don't get nearly as strong scent wise. So a lot of the stuff that they do scent wise is just a lot softer. So like for me, I gotta buy like all of my cologne, or I gotta buy like all of my deodorants and stuff on base, because like I can't just go into a combini or to Kasuria. That's a drugstore. I can't go into the Kasuria and buy cologne or not cologne, but deodorant all the time, because they don't wear it nearly as much. And then we got all those like sport scents and all those strong fragrances, and they don't like that shit. Let's see. So I like it. I get that in the States, visiting new shops. They ask if I need help and follow me around and look at me pick up cigars and attitude changes. And yeah, I get that a lot more in the States than I do here. Like I haven't been like, you know what's funny, man? Like when like, especially as a kid in the '90s, we would get, especially in the South, we would get followed around, and people watching over us. Or if we go into like the Chinese shops, or a lot of the Asian stores, we would get followed, and it would be that kind of stereotype. That doesn't happen here. They don't really like follow me around, like because I go to the convenience stores, the convenies here, like they got 7-Eleven, Family Mart, and Lawson's. Those are like the three biggest convenience stores that out here. They're like on every corner, and that's where most people shop. They got grocery stores and all of that, but the convenience stores are a lifesaver here. But they don't follow me around and stuff. They don't sweat me too much. They just kind of let me do my thing in there, and they're all really nice. And I practice a lot of my Japanese the most when I'm going into the convenience stores, so I can learn how to ask for things and count things. Fukuro, I know they're saying that with the bag, so I'm like ichimai, and I can count that out and all that kind of stuff. That's how I learned to speak, and they're all really cool with me. And it's kind of cool, like sometimes when I'm speaking as much Japanese as I possibly can, especially the older Japanese women. They're the nicest, man. They're the sweethearts, and like you can see them, like when I'm speaking to them, they're like, because I'm speaking Japanese. They was like, oh, Jozu, Nihongo, Jozu, and I'm like, I'm not really that good at it, but but they like to see if you're trying to do it, and it's a lot easier here because I live near a military base, so it's a lot more gaijin here. It's a lot more foreigners here. Now, if I went out to like Saitama or Aitama or something like that, it's not as many. So I probably, if I went to some of the other areas where it's not many, it would probably be a different thing. Cause they're a lot more used to us here because it's a tourist area. But for the most part, man, it's all good. How's the cost of living there compared to the States? Mm, it's different for us because we're subsidized by the military. So I feel like I don't get the real experience because I don't work a Japanese job, and a lot of the stuff like our home and everything is subsidized by the military. So it's kind of hard to say. But as far as like, it's depending on what you get. Like say for instance, if you want, they got Second Street, they got Watman's, they got all of these thrift stores and Daiso. So you can go to these dollar stores and these thrift stores, and you can get just about anything you need from these places at a really affordable price. Plus, the dollar to the yen at this point in time is so different. The dollar is so much stronger than the yen at this point that I feel like the cost of living is pretty good. Like tonight, we're going out to eat at Yakiniku. Yakiniku is grilled meat. So you go out there and you get your wagyu and you get all of your different cuts of meat and you cook it for yourself. And my whole family can eat for about $100. It's a little bit less than that, and it's all you can eat for 90 minutes. So we can go out and and that's kind of cool, and it's not really expensive. But and say for instance for cars, man, people out here they get new cars on a regular basis. So you I think you pay a lot in Japan in taxes. And you got to do like a lot of insurance and all that kind of stuff. So you pay a lot for that. You pay a lot when you're traveling by car, like you pay a lot for the road taxes and for the tolls and all that kind of stuff. So they can nickel and dime you, and that's the stuff that can add up. If you're going to Tokyo, it's kind of like living in New York, where like when a tiny apartment can cost you a decent amount of money. So if you're trying to like buy a big home, it's interesting. And the other thing is like it's kind of funny, man. the way they have their homes here, like when people move in, if it's an old home, they'll just tear it down and build a new one. And it's a weird culture, man. I need to get more into it so I can answer that a lot better. But there's some things that are really like expensive, like living in the city, Tokyo, Osaka, Fukushima. The cost of living can be pretty hectic. But living out here in the countryside or a beach town, if you're living by the water, just like anywhere else, is going to be pretty expensive. But for the most part, man, we get by. And if you know how to shop, you can shop. And you can get just about anything you need at a decent price. You mentioned their love for cars. How are the modification laws? I hated the small checks when I lived in Cali. Oh, man, I could not stand that when I lived in Cali, dude. Oh, I hated that. It's different for us because being on a military base, so many of the military people PCS and they ship out and they'll sell their cars. Like I just bought a car for like $3,000. It's a Mitsubishi Parejo. And it's like a 2008. And you can just buy these new cars. A lot of the people buy like the Skylines and what is it, a RX-3? I don't know a lot about cars, man. So I'm like the worst person to ask about cars. But I know people out here modify their cars a lot. A lot of people still do drifting and they still do street racing. Like there's a road out here. Let me see if I can point it out. That road right there, you can see people racing and racing their motorcycles and all that kind of stuff. So they do a lot of modifications. Like down the street, there's a Yamaha and a Suzuki down the street and Daihatsu. So all these places, there's constantly people working on their cars. My homeboy just got a Jimny that he just souped up and he spent a few $1,000s on that, but it wasn't really crazy. So they were just saying they're gonna PC out to go back to Norfolk, Virginia. They're working on a plan where they're gonna like modify cars out here and then get them shipped back to the United States and sell them in the States. It's a brilliant idea. I'm not savvy enough to do that, but it's enough out here. They're really into cars, so it's always some kind of car shop, some kind of body shop or something out here to do modifications. That's something, if you're really into cars, I think you should look into it because that's the culture out here. I actually saw somebody ride past me the other day with like an old Impala, and he had hydraulics on the joint. He had his car like jacked up on the hydraulics. He had the old school sign in the back. It's crazy the car culture that's out here. I don't know how he's driving that big ass car on these little ass streets. I don't know how he's doing. That thing was showroom. He had the chrome wheels. He had some gold on the car. It was dope. And so a lot of their culture is kind of like 10 to 15 years behind. And so they're still kind of doing the low riders and stuff like that. They still, you see a lot of old Porsches and shit out here. It's a crazy culture, man. It's pretty wild. And I'm not super into that. Like for me, a car get me from point A to point B. If I can play my music, have AC, and I can drive, I'm good. That's all that matters to me, man. And our other cars are SUVs, so like we can go out to Hakone and go to the onsens and take the family and go on a family trip. That's all that matters to me. So and I'm not the best person to ask about cars and shit. Damn, I want another cigar, man. This was great. I'm down to the nub on this motherfucker. So, well, we've been out here for like an hour, 30 minutes, something like that. Y'all, should I go get another cigar? Or should I end this? Y'all tell me. What should I do? Always have fun doing the lives, man. Y'all like keep me company, man. Y'all always ask great questions. This shit is always fun. I never know what to do. He said, "Do it." I just got here. All right, I'm gonna let y'all look at the view. I'm gonna go grab something real quick, and I'll be back. Stay right there, man. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, all right, all right. Back with y'all. That was quick, huh? Didn't take me too long. All right, so this is what we're gonna light up this time, man. I got a little short smoke. I got the Blackworks Killer Bee, Connecticut. I haven't had a Blackworks in a while. Hopefully that wind ain't too bad. So I apologize if it's blocking me out. Oh yeah, we're gonna do round two. It's a good thing, right? What up, JB? We're doing round two. I ain't scared. We got a closed foot. And you can see that I don't know what the binder is on this one. I don't know if anybody got a computer next to you or whatever. Look this Killer Bee up for me. Y'all tell me what the binder, filler, and all that is on this cigar. I knew at one point. I don't know off the top of my head anymore, man. Normally when I'm doing reviews, I do all my research and all that kind of shit, but I'm just chopping it up with y'all, so I have no idea what this cigar consists of. But it's a nice change going from an aged añejo to a newer cigar, going from something that is well stored like a Toro Fuente and well aged to a boutique brand from Blackworks. I like that dichotomy right there. Just finished up a Toro Fuente Don Carlos Personal Reserve. Boy, you had a really damn good cigar. Shouts out to you on that one, man. I haven't had that cigar. I think the last time I had that cigar, I did a Smoke Your Best Cigars, and I was on vacation in Hakone. I was just sitting out on the balcony. We had a dope ass Airbnb. It had the tatami mats in the room. It had the futons and the beds that you can actually fold out in there. And my family spent a vacation out there going to the open air museum. Go check that out. I had a nice glass of wine. That was a pretty good video. But that cigar had some construction issues, and I was so pissed. And I still don't know how good that cigar could have been, man. But y'all know I'm a Fuente head. Give me a Don Carlos over anything, man. That's one of my favorites. Grab another, man. Let's go round two. Let's do it. What's up with my lighter ain't working, man. Ain't that a bitch? How do they dress daily? Shirts and jeans, or white button-ups and chinos like the movies? That's a good question. Hold up. Hold up. I gotta get an old Bic on this one. We're gonna do soft flame on this one. Hopefully the wind doesn't take me out though. I do prefer the fresh añejo, honestly. Fucking Bics, man. I can't wait to see how this changes from one leaf to the next. That's gonna be interesting. But I did prefer the fresh añejo to the age, but the age was nice. Don't get me wrong, that was nice. All right. Let me answer my man on the dress thing, because the way the Japanese dress is pretty cool. For the most part, you're gonna see the salaryman. They will have the button ups and all that kind of stuff, dressing the slacks. They always got real nice Italian shoes, which is kind of cool. The women, in general, are very monolithic. Like, it's so hard to tell one person from the next because they really wear like very neutral colors, and a lot of their clothes are kind of like flowing and stuff like that, and they're usually well covered up. But you see a lot of grays and tans, and they rarely ever like wear jeans and stuff like that when you're here in this area, right? But when you go into the cities, he said his Don Carlos had fire construction. That's what's up. It's very rare that you get a Fuente like I had. So that was just a bad day. But when you go into the cities, that's when you can see the different fashions. If you guys go to my other channel, it's still up. I did a whole thing about Japanese fashion, and they're usually like 10 to 15 years back as far as the fashion. So a lot of the guys will wear like baggier pants, and they wear like these big sweaters and big shirts, and they do have the button ups and all that kind of stuff like that. There's a whole culture that does like a cholo style, but that's like a subculture. But just the casual culture, like they don't really care about matching a lot. So it's funny, like when you see like they just the shoes don't really match what they have on, like but they might have some like Uptowns or Big Nikes, depending on what you call them, Air Force Ones. They might have some Air Force Ones on. The shoe culture out here is crazy. They do like love their shoes, so they always like even the women would have some Lee Coke Sportives, or they have New Balance. They love Jordans out here. Like you see a lot of people, even the older women will have Jordans on. It's kind of funny to see that shit. Then you have the girls that wear the cutesy culture, and they'll have all the frilly clothes on, and they'll have like the Mary Jane shoes on, and they have their hair in ponytails and all that kind of shit like that. But that's another subculture that it's called kawaii. Kawaii means cute, and so they wear the real cutesy, and they got the pink hair, the blue hair, and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of like a subculture. Then when you go into the clubs at night, you'll see the girls that have the more modern fashion, and they are dope, man. The stuff that they wear, like I really wish that a lot more like Americans would kind of like adopt some of their styles and stuff like that. And you can tell like there's some hot girls that will have jeans on, and they will have the high waist jeans, or they have the booty shorts on. But you're only gonna see that when you're going into like Tokyo or Yokohama, Kawasaki, and you're going into the major cities. The guys out here, they will have these. They're almost like Jinko jeans, that like or like cargo pants. They still wear a lot of cargo pants and stuff like that. It's crazy to see all the different fashions out here. I go out sometimes, man, and I just go to watch and just see what people are wearing, just to see what it is. The main thing is like the shoe culture, though. They always got on some dope sneakers. Always got on dope sneakers. Look how fast this motherfucker's burning, man. I just lit this bitch. God damn. I don't know if my palate is off, but I'm not getting a lot of flavor out of this. I love the construction of this cigar, but I'm not getting a lot of flavor. How is their school system versus the states? They kind of have, a lot of them have year-round schools. So it's a strange thing. Like the majority of them wear uniforms. So when I'm walking outside, for the most part, you'll see a lot of the kids with gray slacks on, and they got blue or black blazers, red ties, and a white shirt. The girls have the black or blue blazers with gray mini skirts and their stockings and the Mary Jane shoes. That's what you see for the most part, right? So when you see like a lot of the manga, or the way the Americans depict Japanese, and they got the schoolgirl outfits and all that kind of stuff, they really dress like that. They don't wear the navy blue like they used to wear, but it's very similar. It's kind of weird to me that like a lot of the young girls here, man, their skirts are so short, and this is what they wear when they go to school, and it's year round. So even in the winter, that's what they're wearing, and you can see that they're freezing outside, and I just don't understand. I know why they're doing it, and because I know about the hierarchy culture and all that kind of stuff. And then you can see like, you can see the private schools, they have more of a Asian style blazer with the short collar, and they have the gold buttons, and they're buttoned up, so you can tell that they're in the more well funded and focused schools. So they're out all the time. My kids go to a military school, so they're not off base. So they, you know, they go to a regular public school. So I don't know how it works at the ins and outs. I know they're a lot, like they learn a lot of English. So a lot of the times, like they can read English, or they can hear me speaking and they can understand more of what I'm saying, but they're very like cautious about speaking English. But for the most part, they understand us enough. So if I'm speaking on the train, usually they can, you know, they can understand what we're talking about, and I can only understand like a small amount of what they're saying. But they work really hard, man. It's like, and they're basically being trained in those schools to work the same way they work on a daily basis. They go to school a lot. I do know that much. I hope that answered your question enough. This is a really mellow cigar. I'm not getting salt. There's no pepper. This is a Connecticut, Connecticut. I probably should have went with another cigar. This is one of those where you're kind of smoking just to smoke. I'm not getting nuts. I'm not getting cedar. There was a little bit of butter. It's kind of growing more into a popcorn profile. That's what it's kind of, that's what it reminds me of. Some of the worst cigars I ever had. I'm about to get in trouble. Great question. I'm about to get in trouble here. All right. I'm not a fan of Alec Bradley. I love the Magic Toast. I love the Kintsugi. Those are delicious. And I know we were talking about this the other day. I know the Magic Toast is kind of like either you love it or you hate it. I love it. But for the most part, those cigars are like too bland for me, or they're too earthy. I don't really get into those. I'm not a fan of Macanudo. I would smoke this before Macanudo, but it's kind of like the same thing. I don't like cigars that don't have any kind of dimension or depth to them at all. You can get a Connecticut, and your Connecticut still should have some flavor. It should have some spice to it. It should have maybe some sweetness. It should have a nutty profile, something. The most I'm getting out of this is like popcorn. And I'm not really a big fan of that. This is not the worst. I don't like, what is that? What is the bird brand that they got the blackbird and the cuckoo? What is the name of that brand? I know y'all know what I'm talking about, man. They got really good marketing. They got really good branding on that. But those cigars smoke like Blackbird. Yeah, Blackbird. They're fairly well constructed, but they smoke like seconds to me. They're way too open as far as the draw. And I'm not really a big fan of that. I don't like Caldwell cigars for the same purpose. Like, I know people love, you know, the Blind Man's Bluff and the King is Dead and the Lost and Found and all that, but I've just never enjoyed their cigars. I hate Gurkhas. I hate to be that guy, but Gurkhas don't do anything for me at all. I did a whole show on that, on like my favorite budget cigars, and I did one about the worst cigars that I never smoked. That was definitely on the list. I don't really do a lot of Diesel. I'm not really a fan of those at all. Caldwell, the Last Czar. I smoked that cigar, and I had to put it out because I couldn't stand it. I don't like Viaje. I put those out a lot. But Cigar Hound Dog gave me a birthday cigar that I just smoked the other day on one of the New Wave lives. And that was a good cigar. Had a lot of sweetness to it, had some spice to it. Great construction. I enjoyed that cigar. But for the most part, like that Platinum Viaje, I hated that cigar. Couldn't stand it. You can see my wheels turning. I'm trying to go back through because I don't keep a lot of the bad cigars in my memory, and I try not to smoke cigars that I don't like. I really try to avoid that. Um, Damn. What else? Macanudos. I don't like Davidoff. I like the late hours. I love the late hours. Those are pretty good. The Yamasa is good. The Nicaraguan is really good. But when you get like some of the white labels, too bland. And it's too expensive to be that bland. I had a chef's edition that I smoked that just tasted like paper. And that shit really kind of took me out of that. And it's like that cigar is supposed to be made by some of the the best blenders, and they got the chefs to put in that. And you think if you got chefs who have a seasoned palate and they love flavor profiles, that they're gonna give you something that will really blow your mind. I didn't like that at all. Um, Damn, I just had one in my head. That I did a review for that I could not stand. What was that? Shit. I don't know. I'll come back to that. Throw out another question. Let's see what else we got. Do they have nosy neighbor caring issues like we do? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The thing about Japanese culture is a very quiet culture. Like, you can hear this neighborhood, it's the middle of the day, you don't hear anything. All of my neighbors have been really cool. They've been really great, but they don't like a lot of noise in the neighborhoods. Now, if you go online, you can see what people are like. I hear a lot of stories about some of the Americans that live like in other neighborhoods where like the neighbors are like throwing water on them, or telling them to shut up in their neighborhoods. My neighbors aren't like that. My neighbors are super cool. Miss Seiko that lives across the street, she speaks a little bit of English. She helps me to take out my trash because there's a real complex way to take out the trash here in Japan. Um, and then my neighbors next door, I usually try not to smoke up here when my man is reading the paper next door. He comes up here and he reads the newspaper, watches the sunset, and when it's clear out here, we can see Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji is like right there, and on a clear day, you can see Mount Fuji right there, and it's a beautiful picture. So I try not to bother him at all. You get people out here that don't speak. They won't say hi. They won't say Ohio gozaimasu. They won't say good morning. They won't say konnichiwa. But for the most part, everybody's been really cool. But there are some stories about Karens, like if Americans are playing their music really loud and stuff like that, they'll do some shit. Gurkhas always have a weird powder taste to them. Yeah, man, or they have a weird chemical taste. I don't like that shit at all, man. Um, what are some other really bad cigars that I gotta say, man, for the most part, I've really like navigated to where I know which brands that I like, and I know which brands to kind of stay away from, and I kind of stay in my lane with the brands that I smoke. I try to be really diverse. You guys see from the reviews that I do, I try to be really open and diverse with the amount of cigars that I smoke and stuff like that. But you kind of know which brands, what you're gonna get from Oliva, you know what you're gonna get from Principal Cigars, you know what you're gonna get from Dumbarton Tobacco and Trust, you know what you're gonna get from Crown Heads. Um, Even with like Blackworks, like Rocky Patel, like you mentioning that, you know what you're gonna get from Rocky for the most part. He said I had a Rocky Patel Cuban blend and it was pretty bad despite the age on it. Here's the thing about Rocky Patel. You get a lot of brands that are that big and they roll their cigars and they throw some of the stuff just to see what sticks and just to kind of fill up the market so they can get like a lot of money coming in and stuff like that. Rocky went on a great run for a period where he did the ALR, the ALR2, the 60, and he did the number 6. He was on a really good run for a minute, and you could tell he was trying to get his brand back. He was trying to because he had some cigars out there that were just crap. He was just trying to see what was out there, and that's one of them. So, but he also had like the vintage series, like the 1999 and all that kind of stuff. Those are pretty good budget cigars. So I don't smoke Rocky too much anymore. but I go for the ones that I know are going to be really good with his brand. And the Camacho Scorpion, probably two of the worst I've had so far. I don't deal with a lot of Camacho, man, and a lot of the like the huge general cigar brands, Altadis, and all that kind of stuff. I stay away from a lot of those. Like I had a Monte Cristo, what was it, Platinum or something like that. Hated that cigar. Ugh. So I stay away from a lot of those, man. Like I don't do a lot of the, those huge conglomerate brands because I feel like they just throw shit at the wall and just see what sticks, and they're just kind of getting, not some of the best tobacco leaves that are out there. I'm not a big fan of Camacho either. Said the Camacho Ecuador is a must try, really slept on. I just did a video on a lot of the underrated cigars, so go check that out if you haven't seen it, man. I love finding underrated cigars. Smoker Tatoué La Mission La Tierre 1959 last night was really good. I like that cigar, man, but it didn't blow me away. I need to go back and smoke some more. I don't think I have any more in the humidor right now, but I was smoking those for a minute. Tatuaje in general to me is like hit or miss. I feel like when they're on point, but some of them are just kind of like more hype than necessary. But I don't dislike the brand. What's the cigar that is hype and not worth it for the price? I get in trouble with this one a lot too. And I know you guys are going to disagree, but I did a whole video on, I was about to say Perdomo, but Padron. I think Padron is overpriced. They're nice. Their construction is fantastic. But I just think there's so many other cigars out there that you can smoke to get a better flavor profile than that. I'll put Viaje in there too. Like a lot of people like Viaje. I don't like that brand. It just doesn't do it for me. And I feel the same way about Caldwell. People love Caldwell. I think they're not really overpriced. As much as I love Fuente, I'll smoke a Fuente Don Carlos any day over Opus X. I like Opus X. They're good. I just think they're overpriced. Let me see. What am I missing? Davidoff. Overpriced. Well overpriced. I don't really rock with them too much. A lot of the premium brands are really good, and they usually fit within the market, but you got industry killers right now. You got Dumbarton that's killing everybody. You got Foundation that's killing everybody. Sanj Patel, his cigars right now are at a great price, and I'll smoke a Sanj Patel before I smoke a lot of the, some of the high-end brands that are out there. It's really kind of interesting, man, because, like, say for instance, okay, I know another one is my father. I used to love my father, and I still like their cigars, but Cigar Hound Dog gave me a 10th anniversary, that $40 cigar. It's a really, really good cigar. The first one I got had construction issues, and I was really, pissed that, like, why would you pay $40 for a cigar that's gonna have construction issues? Plasencia is awesome. Like the Alma Forte, Alma del Campo, all of those things, the Reserva line, fantastic. But what they're doing right now with the Zodiac brands, like the Year the Rabbit, Year the Ox, it's not worth it to spend that money on those. Just go and get an Alma Forte. Go and get a Reserva. Go get something else from their line instead of paying for that, because they got those really thin wrappers on them, and they crack and they break. It's just like, why spend $30, $40 on that? It's not worth it. Not worth it at all. Did you see how fast this thing burned? Look at this shit. With that Anejo, that was a slow burner. I like cigars where I can take my time with it. Saka right now is doing the Micarita Black. Thing smokes forever. And he's about to do the Papa Saka. I cannot wait to get my hands on that cigar because I know, like, I love a good Corona. Fantastic. You ever had a Grand Habano Persian King? I got a Persian King downstairs, man. I haven't smoked it yet, but I was just saying recently that Grand Habano is probably one of the most slept on cigars, especially that number 5 Corojo. I love that shit. Great flavor, great price, fantastic. The Persian King is really good, and I got one downstairs. I need to do a review on that. Massey Ash just sent that one to me, man. That's a great option. Gonna go 3 for 3. I don't know. I'm debating, man, because like this is like a waste of my time, honestly. So I might do that. Y'all let me know. Should I go for a third? Because this thing, it wasn't even worth lighting up. I had another cigar that I was gonna go with too. So y'all tell me, what should I do? Is there a particular reason you got into cigars, or do you just like to smoke? When I was growing up, man, I hated tobacco. And I grew up in the hood, right? So all my friends smoked Newports and Salems. They smoked cigarettes all the time, and I couldn't stand tobacco. To this day, I've never had a cigarette. And I was so anti-tobacco. But when I got into culinary school in 2008, I think, 2008, 28 years old, I love flavor. And I tell you guys that I love flavor. I love wine. And I had just started drinking wine at that point in time. And I just like the vibe of being able to sit back and meditate and get into a community. Go grab one. I got you. uh, I love just being able to sit back and chop it up like this and kind of have a community vibe. So I went out and I got Drew Estates. I think it was a Java. And if I remember correct, I don't think it was a mint. It was like a cherry flavor or something like that. It was a flavored cigar. And I was fascinated by getting a flavor profile from something like that I could just sit back and chill on my porch and just enjoy a cigar. So like that's what got me into it. I just wanted to try all these different flavors. So I kind of fell in love with the just blowing out smoke. I love blowing smoke. I love the feel of a good cigar in your hand, and just kind of like that aesthetic of just chilling and smoking and having a conversation. So that's what got me into cigars, man. This right here is why I smoke cigars, just to have conversations with people, just sit back and kick it. All right, round 3. Y'all stay there, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back, because that was kind of pointless. One moment. All right. So what we have now is one of my new favorites. Casa 1910 by Manolo, Mexican cigar. You guys been up on it yet? If you guys have been watching a lot of my recent shows, following any of the recent lives and stuff like that, I'm kind of falling in love with Casa 1910. This is Sepatrina. These cigars are Mexican, puro. They got a unique flavor profile. You got to get one, bro. I'm telling you. Now, it's all going to depend on what you like. For me, these are really mellow, mild to medium. And they got like their flavor on this is usually like a lot of tea leaves, a lot of nuts, some fruit, kind of earthy. Sorry, I gotta light this with a Bic. But these are really good to me because nothing tastes like them. Like there's no cigar that I know of right now that tastes like these. So I know I'm gonna enjoy this. My favorite is the Cuchillo. It's the orange label. Cuchillo Parado, if I remember correct. Son of a bitch. There we go. Why y'all retracting messages, man? Put them back up there. I've been smoking a lot of cigars, man. Y'all noticed that I went away for a while. And I wasn't smoking. I was going through a lot of hardships with my family and just in my household with my family in the States. And I was really like stressed out and depressed. So I wasn't smoking a lot of cigars. But in the past few days, I'm smoking way more cigars than I normally smoke. And I kind of like been enjoying having this time to get some stuff off of my head when my homeboy passed away. So this has been kind of cool. Mm. Let me get to these three. These looks like some good things. Sounds like we like and dislike a lot of the same cigars and brands. Yeah, man. Got something in common, man. Check out the shows. Comment, man, so we can chop it up. I love chopping up with people to see what we like and dislike. Have you tried the La Barba Mexi Soul? I don't think so. I don't think so. Send me a message, man, so I can remember that. I'll try that. Isn't that La Barba? Isn't that Caldwell too? Or am I getting that mixed up? House TV, non-stop reality shows like us. Japanese TV is weird, man. It's a really like I don't have Japanese TV here in my home for whatever reason. Everything that I use is like streaming channels, or I got Kodi and I download everything and I watch it from the Kodi. But when I'm out and about, they got a lot of their reality shows are different because they don't do like these scripted reality shows that we do in the United States. Theirs is more like game shows and these super weird, loud game shows where, and I don't understand a lot of it because the way I don't know what they're doing and I don't understand the language. And they have like a lot of Korean dramas. They like crime shows and Korean dramas. And I watch the news when I can, but I don't understand Japanese TV at all. Like it's really, really weird. And it's not meant for American palates at all. Like it's not meant for us to really get what they're doing. It's just the difference in their culture, and they put that on TV. It's a lot of game shows. It's just strange, man. It's kind of hard to explain that. Also, sending you condolences for that, and hope you power through some of these personal things, man. It's been a rough year, man. It's been a rough year. I appreciate the kind words, man. But the thing about life, man, like you got to be a survivor, and you got to find your coping mechanisms. And honestly, I started therapy recently just to kind of talk a lot of this stuff out. I ain't like my therapist. I got to get a new therapist. But these cigars have helped. Having this community, the cigar community, has helped out a lot. And my wife and I worked out a lot of the things that we were going through, and she's been dope, man. But just having a lot of this stuff happen like around my birthday, you can't let this stuff like you gotta live day by day, and you can't let like whatever these milestones are, like having this stuff happen around my birthday. It's just another day, right? And I gotta think about it that way. And you're gonna have good days and bad days. Like I had a really horrible night. I was out in Yokosuka, and it's an area called Blue Street. And I went out to get this security job, and some pole dances, and I was hanging out with this guy. I think I made a new friend out here. He's a promoter, so it's gonna be cool. But at the end of the night, man, I ended up losing some money, and I had to deal with some people on the street that I didn't enjoy. But when the next day, my wife got me a PlayStation 5, and my kids gave me, a Father's Day birthday card, and that kind of picked my spirits back up, man. And so I've been enjoying a lot of this, man. You just go through hard stuff, man. And everybody, like that video that I did about my boy Money, man, everybody's been showing love. And on Facebook, a lot of people knew how close we were, so they've been showing a lot of love up there. So I'm holding out. So I'm holding up, rather. La Barber is by Tony Botello, Pallado, sorry about that, and Craig Rossi. Not familiar with them, to be honest. I know them by name. I know the name, so like I'll have to check that out and see how that works. Okay, you watch the news. Is it actual news or echo chambers like most of our news channels? Dude, from what I've seen, they're pretty much straightforward with what they report. And Japan is interesting because it's much safer here than it is in the United States, right? And I don't watch the American news because it's so negative and it makes you depressed. Out here, they report on what they know. Now, I know with the government, they report on a lot of like Russian politics and U.S. politics and Japanese politics, and all of them are corrupt. All of them are corrupt. Even it's a lot of corruption here in Japan. But say for instance, there was a robbery in broad daylight here in Japan. There were like 4 Japanese teenagers that ran up into a watch shop. I think it was in Tokyo, in broad daylight with white masks on and black jumpsuits. And they went in there and they in the broad daylight, they were just robbing the place. You guys can probably go online and find this. And they were just taking watches, and they hopped into a white van and drove off. And they got caught. And they reported on that, and it was just kind of a wild story that these dudes just like, they didn't wait. I don't understand, like, why wouldn't you wait till nighttime to do this robbery? Like, they were able to describe all of these guys, and they were able to get their license plate. like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? To me, it almost felt like they did it on purpose. Like they did it for notoriety, or they did it to have something for the news. Like, I don't know what was up with these kids, man. They were like 18, 19 years old. And did a robbery in broad daylight. And by the next day, they were caught. So you see some stuff like that. Or they just talk about the economy. They talk about a lot of stuff with the grocery stores and, all that kind of stuff, and the price of the value of the yen, the stock market. So it's pretty straightforward. But I consider myself apolitical. And I hate that in America that we have this 2-party system. And the way that our news is either run by either the left or the right, I can't stand that whole process. Instead of just kind of reporting on what's really going on with our economy or what's really going on the day-to-day lives of Americans and stuff like that, it's all like who got shot, or it's all about some sensational like shooting, or how our politics is kind of pushing the zeitgeist, and I can't watch it, man. It stresses me out. So it's a lot easier to watch the news here. Like I follow, I think it's HKN or HNK. I'm dyslexic, so pardon me if I mix that up. And I watch that news a lot, and Japanese news that's kind of meant for Westerners. I follow that on Twitter, and it's usually just they're just talking about like there's a Senator Abe. There was this guy out here. There's a cult that's running in Japan right now. And this particular cult is connected with the Yakuza. They're connected with a lot of the major companies out here, and they're connected with the government. So Senator Abe was associated with this cult. And these people go out there and they just basically get people in this Ponzi scheme. So all these Japanese people are like giving up their money for this company. And like it's a lot of people, their parents are losing money and they're paying all this money to this cult. So this one guy was pissed off that his mother got caught up in this cult. So he made pipe bombs and he made a gun because there's no guns here in Japan. Like you have to get like a license in order to get a gun, and then you got to go through shooting practice and all this other kind of stuff in order to get a gun. It's very difficult to get guns here in Japan. So he made a gun and he shot down Senator Abe. He assassinated him in public. And that kind of stuff rarely ever happens. And you know that like when it happens in America, like there's this news coverage and it's everywhere and the politics get into it and all this kind of stuff. This kind of happened. They talked about what happened, how they arrested the guy, and then it went away. Now people talk about it, but like all of my Japanese friends, they were just like, it was strange, but they weren't really stressing about it. And they didn't have like a big uproar. And then they moved in the new senator and all this other kind of stuff, and then they moved on. It's a completely different thing out here, man. And it was like, there's no trash cans in Japan. Like, so if you're going out on the street, like if you eat something and you got trash in your hand, you got to hold it until you get to the next convenience store or till you get into a Subway or something like that, or go home and take your trash home. And the reason why they did that, because there was another cult out here that was like, they had this dude that, you know, considered himself a deity, and people got wrapped up in this cult, and that cult just wanted to go out and they did like some kind of, it wasn't cyanide, but they did some kind of chemical warfare, and they put it in the subways. And they gassed all of these people that were on the trains and on the subways and all this kind of stuff, and it was a severe amount of people that died from it, right? So what they did was they got rid of a lot of the trash cans out here because they were scared that it was going to be a threat. But the other thing that I heard, that they didn't want to spend the money to have all of these other people go out there and pick up the trash and all that kind of stuff. So they got rid of all the trash cans that are out here. And it's been like that for years. So it's just kind of a weird thing. Like, for me, I feel like they find solutions when they got a problem instead of just letting it perpetuate. So they don't have school shootings, they don't have church shootings, they don't have any of that kind of stuff. And it doesn't fuel their news cycle and all that kind of stuff, man. So I don't know, man. It's kind of a weird thing. And the way their jail systems and stuff like that work, people don't get in trouble. They don't do a lot of stuff. You might have some fights, and a lot of it is the Yakuza, but that's really the most of it, man. They don't do a lot of weird stuff like that. That's why, like, women can walk around at night. They don't feel like they're in danger. You go out into, you know, some of the major cities and stuff like that. The main thing that you got to worry about is when you go into the clubs, they will hustle you. And, like, you know, they can put something in your drink and rob you or something like that. But if you know the type of people to stay away from, you stay away from the touts, you stay away from the Chinese, and you stay away from, like, the Africans that live out here, you're good. You go get your ramen, you go get your yakisoba, and you go home. You go to your izakaya, you go hang out with your friends, and you go home. That's your Japanese culture. That's the most you got to worry about. I love these cigars, man. Always got good construction. Burns the way they're supposed to burn. I still like the Cuchillo a lot better. But if you want a mild cigar that still has good flavor, go with this, man. So for y'all that's still with me, what are y'all smoking right now? Are y'all just watching, or y'all smoking a cigar with me? What we got? The next place that I think I'm gonna go to out here, there is a cigar lounge called Nomura. And this probably has like the best selection of cigars out here, because I went to my spot that's in Yokosuka the other day, and they got rid of all the Cuban cigars. So what I can tell is that the Navy is going into this spot and they were stealing all of their Cuban cigars. So they took all of them out of their humidor. So you got to go to the counter to get your Cuban. So I probably won't be going back there. But this other spot is one of the few places that carry Padron, and they carry some of the more New World cigars that are out there. So I'm gonna do a video on that, and I'm gonna do that for you guys so you guys can see that spot. Okay, you watch the news. That was the last one. My man said he got a Don Carlos Presidente. It's a big cigar, and it's Don Carlos, so you winning. Munching on some fancy Rosa Marino ham from Costco. There's a Costco out here too that is in Yokohama. It's about 30 minutes away, and that's a pretty cool place to go to out here. You know, one thing that's pretty cool in Japan is like they love shopping out here. So it's a ton of shopping malls, and they love the Costco out here. So I go there sometimes to, you know, to kind of buy some things out here. I love that I can still do that. I just lit an Añejo number 50. Nice, man. Is that a pretty new Añejo? That's the thing about Añejo. You don't have to get a sharp. You can get the 55 or the 50, and those are good to go. Listening as I drive my truck. I missed the beginning. What is it you're smoking? And I had My Father the Judge last night. I haven't had a My Father the Judge in a minute. That's a pretty good cigar. I call that one an armchair cigar. Nice and leathery. That's a good cigar. The last time I had that, I was on vacation in Okinawa. And I think I got a video where I'm smoking that one. So you might be able to check that out too. It was just one of these where I'm just sitting back having a conversation with y'all smoking a cigar while I was on vacation. So the first cigar that I had was an Añejo 77 that was from 2011 that was given to me by Michael Prisdale. Nice old cigar. Then I had a Killer Bee that burned way too fast. It was Connecticut. Didn't have much flavor. The best thing that I could give you on that one was popcorn. And this one is a Casa 1910 Sempertrina. Really good. I love Casa 1910. Have you had Warped Chinchale? Yes, I've had the Chinchale. And I need another Chinchale. Chinchale it's one of my favorites. Honestly, I love that cigar. Nice herbal notes, tea leaves, and has a floral component to it. Well balanced. I think that's one of the best by Warped. I like that and the El Oso. Those are my favorites from Warped. And that Chinchale, if you guys have not had a Chinchale, go out and get that cigar. I don't know why I haven't spoken about that cigar in a while. I absolutely love that. I like these. They're smooth. I'm pretty new to cigars under 2 years, so I'll touch something heavy and it'll go bad. I think you'll work your way up to it. What's like the heaviest cigar that you had? Like as far as like a dark Maduro. What's something that you smoke that's really dark? Because I get in my moods where, like, if you want a lighter cigar, I would go with these. These are really good. The JDN Connecticut is a really good cigar. If you wanted, I just did a video on my top 10 Connecticut's, so go check that out too. All of those, I did that specifically so I could lead people to Connecticut's that have like really good flavor profiles. Yeah, the tea leaves and the floral notes on that Chinchale is amazing, man. What would you compare the Casa 19? I can't compare it to anything. That's the thing about it. Like, there's nothing on the market that's like it right now. Just because it's all Mexican tobacco. I mean, I don't know if it'll blow your socks off, and it's not bold at all. But they give you these floral notes, and it's nutty, and sometimes you get it's really creamy, and it gives you like these tea notes and stuff like that. I think the closest thing that I can compare it to is not as strong, but it's similar to the Monte Cristo number 2, not the American one, not the New World one, not American, but not the New World one, but the Cuban. That's the closest thing that I would compare it to, but it's not as strong as that. I hope that makes sense. when it comes to like heavier, darker Maduros, Foundations, all of their Maduro lines are outstanding. They are so good. So I would recommend that if you want to go to something darker. Um, Steve Saka, what he's doing with the Paladin de Saka and the Sin Compromiso is a really good Maduro. Also, the Micarita Black is fantastic. I would do something like that. The La Guerrera Anamoy, love that cigar, but it can be kind of strong, so it might put you on your ass a little bit. So just be fairly warned, but it's really good. I also like the Flathead 660 Maduro, outstanding. The heaviest I've had was called the an Oliva, if I remember correctly. I felt sick. Was it the Oliva G? I think that's a Cameroon. It's a dark Cameroon, if I remember correct off the top of my head. I get in moods sometimes where I need a dark cigar, and I like the Tatuaje, the Drac, and the Drac Redo. That was a really good dark cigar. That's been pretty good. I'm trying to go through my head and like what have I been smoking recently that was kind of on the Maduro side. I'm kind of drawing a blank. I need to go downstairs and make a list for to do like a top 10 Maduros. I think that video would do really well. I'm scared of the soccer con. Why? Why are you scared of the soccer con, man? Because it's so big? It's really good, man. You don't have to be scared of that cigar. You just need a lot of time on your hands if you can smoke that one, man. It's a real slow burner. But go to Foundation, man. Foundation does really good. Nick Melillo blends some really good Maduros. I don't know why I'm having a hard time right now, man, because I smoke a lot of really good Maduros, man. Does their fast food in Japan taste chemically packed? Actually, no, it doesn't, man. Fast food in Japan is really different because the way they do fast food is like they don't have a lot of drive-throughs out here. McDonald's is huge out here. McDonald's is everywhere, and they have Burger King, and they have Wendy's, and to me, they taste a little bit fresher. There is a Carl's Jr. near the military base that's really good, but for the most part, I can't think of the name of the place. I can see the places here, but their fast food is like um, you get I think it's called gyudon, if I remember correct. Gyudon is like beef bowls. So you just go, you walk up into the spots, and it's like rice and thinly sliced beef and like a soy sauce, and you eat that with chopsticks. And sometimes they'll have it with egg, or they'll have a noodle spot where you can just go get noodles. Like you get shoot, it's like yakisoba, and so that's the grilled. Anything that's yaki is grilled, so you get the grilled noodles, and you get soba noodles, and that's the way they do fast food out here. There's there's a place called Moss Burger. I did a video on that if you guys want to go to my While I'm in Japan joint, and I did a comparison to the McDonald's burger and the Moss Burger, but their burger patties are almost like meatloaf. So it's really different. You got to get used to the flavor profile. You got to get used to the texture of it because it tastes more like meatloaf. It's the way they do their burgers. But it's also a Shake Shack in Yokohama. I go there and get Shake Shack all the time, and it tastes just like the Shake Shack in the States. So fast food here is really different. Their fast food is like you go and you stop in and you get ramen, you sit down and eat, bang that out, and then you just go about your way. I might do like my a community tab, and I'll post some pictures of some of the fast food that I get around here, so y'all can see that, and I'll put that in the community tab. That's what I was worried about, the strength and the time, but it's a good smoke. Well, he's doing. I just mentioned this a minute ago. He's doing the Papa Saka. That's gonna be in like a Corona size on that one, and I cannot wait for that to release. So that should be out in probably a few weeks. I think he's releasing it for the PCA, Steve Saka. So go out and get that one, man. It's gonna be a lot smaller. He's been posting on Facebook all the time. If you follow Saka on Facebook, he's a great follow because he's always posting his reviews that people do of him, and he's always posting the stuff that he's working on. He's probably the best. Him and John Huber are like the best as far as like talking about what they're gonna be releasing and what they're gonna be doing, and you can find out a lot of really cool stuff from him. Do they try to force tipping like in the States? No, 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 no. It's almost disrespectful to tip here in Japan. It's not a part of their culture at all. They like you do not tip. Whatever they do have taxes, but whatever you pay for your food here is what it is. There's no tipping here. You don't have to worry about tipping. So whatever you expect to pay for, is whatever their taxes are gonna be, that's the cost of it. My favorite thing right now is to go to the conveyor belt sushi spots that I was telling you about, man. You can go in there and eat a shit ton of sushi. And I took the kids there just the other day, and I think it was like 3,900 yen. So that was like 20 something dollars for me and my kids to eat sushi. Got in, got out, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And great sushi, had some desserts to go along with it, and for the three of us, I didn't spend more than $25. I mean, and you don't have to worry about tipping. Who are my favorite blenders? That's a great question. I like Nick Melillo a lot. Steve Saka, of course. I like Noah Rojas. Speaking of, if you want to get a really good Maduro, get the Rojas, the statement, and what is the other one he have? Blue Bonnet, I think that's what it's called. I like EP Carrillo. Uh, Diaz. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on his first name. Eladio Diaz. I like Eladio. I like him a lot. I like AJ Fernandez. A lot of his stuff is real peppery, but at the same time, he blends for a lot of different people. He can be kind of hit or miss, but when he's on, he's on. So I say off the top of my head, those are some of my favorites. What about y'all? Who are some of your favorite blenders? I'm trying to get this tab off while y'all post that up. I know some of y'all are like driving and stuff like that. I know it's real late where y'all are. I didn't expect to be on this long. But it's kind of cool. I like doing this shit. I'm trying to go through in my head like a lot of the different. Oh, Espinoza. Hell yeah with Espinoza. Espinoza has some really great stuff. Um, he's kind of hit or miss for me too. But what is the blue line that he did? What is it? I don't think it was the Azul. Azarejo. It's something like that he did, and it was probably like a couple years ago when he put that cigar out. That thing was fantastic, and it's a dark cigar. Because you got the Habano, you got the Crema. Oh, yeah. Let me mention that one. If you want like a dark cigar that has like some really good sweetness to it, Crown Heads has the La Crema. That is probably one of my favorite cigars that's out right now. And that thing tastes like a chocolate brownie. And it's not, it gives you a great salt component. It gives you these sweet, rich, chocolatey flavors. It tastes like a brownie. It's just the right balance of pepper in there. Fantastic. He said, I'm dying to try Aganorsa leaf. Got some coming in post. What do you got coming from Aganorsa? I know they just recently released a Maduro for the rare leaf. that's supposed to be really good. I love the Supreme Leaf, and they just did the Parejo on that one. That whole line is really good. Make sure you dry box your Aganorsa leaf, because, and oh, the Aganorsa Maduro is really good too. That's one that you need to try. But Aganorsa, they don't smoke good when they're wet. So you don't want high humidity on that. You want to get that down to around 65 if you can. Give it some time to dry box, but they smoke really well and they blend really well. It's funny because if I was doing this last year, I probably would have brought up Aganorsa a lot sooner. I've kind of fallen back on Aganorsa. I still like them, but I guess I've been experimenting with so many other flavors. I had a patina the other night that was a Maduro. It was the anniversary that just released. And I did that when I was doing the Smoke Your Best cigars for my man Money. And I didn't talk about the cigar while I was doing that one. And that thing was so good. And I kind of felt bad that I didn't talk about the cigar a lot because I was so focused on my homeboy. But that's one. Speaking of chocolate, great recommendation was the Anemoy. Tremendous flavor. Yeah, dude. That is La Galera is kind of like underrated in general. Their Connecticut is really good. But that Anemoy, man, that thing, wonderful chocolate flavors. Oh, speaking of JC Newman for chocolate, I did a short on this recently. The Julius Caesar. It doesn't matter which size you get, that Julius Caesar is a chocolate bomb. It's fantastic. What's next for reviews? Uh, I got a whole lineup, man, because when I stopped doing reviews, I I was in such a dark place, and I didn't really have the time or the mental capacity to finish up. I want the smoke, and that's my long form series. It's usually about a 20-minute review. I do a whole thing, in the beginning where I talk about like what the cigar is made of. I give a little bit of history on the blender. I give a little bit of history on why I wanted that cigar, and I give a little bit, more detail. And then I come up here and I smoke the cigar. So it takes a lot to really make that show, as far as with the editing and because I do a lot more like commentary on it, and I do a lot more like edit. I do a lot more edits and gifs and jokes and stuff like that. I want that to be a really intriguing show. So I got a whole lineup. I got the Attic coming up when I get back into that show. I got the Don Patron in there. I have the Martinique by Principal Cigars. Those are the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. So it's some really good reviews coming up. I'm gonna do Sanj Patel. It's not gonna be a part of that series. It's just gonna be a quick review. I'm gonna do the Sanj Patel SP 1014 Black. I got that in the lineup. I got LFD. If you want to get into Maduros, go into LFD. LFD has some great Maduros. I'm gonna do the Lennox, which is a Maduro, and I'm gonna compare that to the LFD Soul. They're kind of supposed to be like sister cigars. So I'm gonna do one of those during the day and one during the night, and I'm gonna do that as a buyer's guide. So I'm gonna compare the two cigars. That's another long form one where I compare the two cigars. Cavalier. I don't know why I was drawing a blank on Cavalier. Cavalier has the Cavalier Black 2. Fantastic. And the Viso Jalapa is really good. So those, I got a review on that one. I've already smoked the cigars. I got the video footage for that. I just haven't taken the time to record it just because I was away for so long. I've been doing a lot of these lives and stuff like that. So it's some pretty good lineup, man. It's some really good cigars that's coming up. He had the La Crema SE, but mine has mad construction issues. Got to revisit that. Yeah, JB, redo that one, man, because I promise you, when that cigar, if it doesn't have construction issues, it is a fantastic cigar. And it's kind of rare that you would get that. I would probably contact Crown Heads and talk to them about that and let them know that you had construction issues. They'll probably look out for you. Do many people treat military members, police, like gods as they do here? No, they do not. There's been a lot of like protests because there's some people here in Japan that they hate that there's a military presence here in Japan, and you know it's a lot of fucked up history with occupation by U.S. forces because we got bases all over at Sugi, Sapporo, Okinawa, Yokosuka, Zama, and so every now and then, like I'll be driving to the military base, it's like 20 minutes away, and we will get stopped in traffic because they're doing a military protest out there. And a lot of the military guys, y'all know how it is with the Navy, man. They drink and they party, so they can go out there and they can cause some trouble sometimes. But then again, the U.S. has helped out with Japanese economy as well too. We spend a lot of money here, and you know there is a connection with the military, with the government and the Japanese military out here. So it's not a lot of beef, but there is some. So it's kind of like they respect the military base to a degree, and they respect some of the soldiers and how they carry themselves, but they're not put on a pedestal. So they, I tell a lot of people all the time that I'm civilian, but the Japanese have a thing called tatame and hantone. I think if I'm saying that right. Pardon me if I get that wrong, but it's the whole thing about when Japanese people have a personality where they show how they, you know, how they are. If they present to you, they'll be really polite and they're not really saying what they're thinking. And there's some people here that don't really say how they feel, but they might really not like Americans, or they don't like the military. But for the most part, man, they don't. It's not a lot of beef. Y'all smoke any LCA sticks from Privada cigars? Ooh, I'm gonna get in trouble with this one. I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Okay. One thing that frustrates me about Privada and the limited cigars thing is like they're treating cigars and the limited editions. They're treating cigars like the sneaker culture, where everything is limited and that everybody's doing these small batch, and you got to fight to kind of get these cigars. And you know everything is like, oh, this is an undisclosed brand, and we're not telling where it's coming from. When really the politics behind it is they're trying to get you to buy the cigars, and they're not telling you what's in it. And it's like, oh, we're doing this special release, and you got these people, they're working with these promoters and these brands, and they're just taking like a basic cigar that's already been made before, and it's just a basic blend, and then they're hyping it up with these special labels and all this kind of stuff. And it's almost like creating a cult. So if you notice, about 2 years ago, when I first started, I wanted to smoke. I was trying really hard to get a lot of those limited and small batch cigars, and I was reviewing those, and because it was getting a lot of views, and you know, you're trying to figure out what was the latest and greatest limited cigar. And if you notice, I don't do a lot of those now. I kind of follow a lot of the brands that are, you know, you can tell what they're telling you about the brands, and you can, you know, they're a lot more transparent about how they're making the cigars, and they have a good story behind what they're doing with the cigars, and it's all about the flavor profiles and stuff like that. So that's what I focus on. That's why you don't see a lot, especially with me and the new wave guys, you know, getting into a lot of the LCA stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, like, you know, Noah Rojas does a lot of that, and you'll see somebody like EP Carrillo get into some of those sometimes too. And I'll smoke some of those and I'll do it, but I just didn't want to get caught up in the hype train. I don't like that at all. I want to smoke a cigar that I can go out and I can get it, and you know I can tell people about it, and I can, you know, suggest a cigar to other people and they can go out and get it. I don't like following hype trains. That just bothers me in general, man. I actually ordered the Julius Caesar off the back of your video. Cool. When you get that, let me know what you think about that cigar, man. I actually love that cigar, man. I might get in trouble with this question. Is there a push out there for society to accept trans people in sports? Nah, man. You know what? I actually openly like talking about this, man, because I got some history with the trans community and with the with the gay community as a whole. I try not to say you know the LGBTQ or whatever because it caused so much with that, you know, people saying the alphabet community and all that kind of stuff. I look at it like this, man. People are people, and I can't tell anybody how to live their life or how they feel inside or what they do sexually and all that kind of stuff, man. It's not my business. But when you look at it from a societal standpoint and you look at it from a scientific standpoint, this is going to be a long answer, so bear with me on this one. I had a really good friend of mine, and I won't say her name. She and I were really, really, really close. This is in the early 2000s. We spent a lot of time together, great friends. We talked about everything. And when I first met her, she was straight. And she got involved with another friend of mine, and she came out as gay, as a lesbian. Still super tight. It's my homegirl. We were super duper tight. And she told me over the phone one day, she was like, what would you think if I decided to change my gender? And I was like, look, at the time, I wasn't as mature as I am now, but she was one of my best friends. And I was like, look, I'm gonna be your friend for life. You're one of the people that I trust the most. We talk about everything. We spend a lot of time together. You do what you gotta do. And she is now he. And for me, it took me a while to be able to not accept who she was as a person, but accept her as he. And I have issues with the pronoun thing because I'm a very logical and scientific thinker. That like if you're born as a male, if you're born as a female, I think scientifically you're male or you're female. But how you live your life on a daily basis doesn't affect me at all. So it took me a while to get used to the name change and the change in identity. But to this day, he is still one of my closest friends. And I base the merit on who he is as a person, and that's what matters to me. And he's raising a child. His child is the same age as my oldest daughter, and they're still friends to this day. So he kind of opened my mind to a lot of things that I wasn't open to, especially the way that I was raised. Now, as far as your question, Japan is really conservative on the outside. But on the inside, as a culture, the way they treat sex work and sexual exploration underground, they're a lot more free than we are in the United States. So when it comes to like the sports and all that, on the outside, they don't make a big deal about that. I don't know if they like allow, because they have like a very masculine personality here in Japan. It's very masculine driven. But of course there's a gay community out here because wherever you go in the world, there's always going to be gay people. And there's always going to be people who have diversity in their sexuality and in their sexual preference. That's always going to be the case. So of course there's an underground culture, but there's also an above ground culture as well too. So I know it affects them in the workforce, and they have a very strong Olympic. They love swimming, they love rugby, they love baseball. They're really getting into basketball out here. And you don't really see a lot of people in the forefront as far as any transgender people within the sport. So I'm pretty sure that there's probably some kind of a lockout for that. But just as far as on the day-to-day culture, you will definitely see people within the trans community. And if you're like walking around in some of the major cities, they have what is called the pink culture out here. So they have pink movie theaters, they have pink salons, and I'll let you guys do your research on what the pink theaters and the pink salons are. But you will have the people who are within the trans community that go to a lot of these places. They have soap lands and all that kind of stuff like that. So there's a strong sexual. I feel like if you repress anybody sexually, there's gonna be a way that people will go out and find a way to express themselves in a sexual fashion, right? So there's always going to be a community that a community is going to find their community somewhere out there. So there is some pushback, but there's also kind of like a way of accepting other people as well too. So people in Japan gonna get off. Trust me. I told y'all earlier that if it's anything you want in Japan, you can go out and get it. Whatever it may be, it's there. So I hope that answers your question. My man JB said, "I feel you. I'm just a flavor chaser," and that, that's how I am too, man. And so to kind of switch back to the limited cigars and how they do a lot of different things when it comes to that, man. It's like I don't want to get caught up in the hype. If you make a cigar, make a really good cigar and stand behind your blends. So I feel like when it comes to a lot of these larger, like General Cigars and Altadis and all that, I feel like some of those guys are just making cigars for the people who just smoke cigars for the sake of smoking cigars. There's a whole community out there of people who really don't care about the flavor in their cigar. They just they're either going to smoke whatever the label is, they're going to follow the hype, or they're going to smoke whatever's affordable. I noticed that there's a lot of people who, if I do a budget cigar, there's going to be certain people that I can almost pick by name out in my comment section because they're only smoking. They're going to go to Cigar Bid. They're going to go to, what is that other cigar website that has like a monkey with the army hat on or whatever that is. I can't think of the name of it right now. That they sell a lot of budget cigars. They sell a lot of cigars in bulk and stuff like that. And you're gonna get a lot of Olivas, and you're gonna get like you're gonna get a lot of the brands that you can just buy in bulk, and they don't really care about $20 cigars or $15 cigars, $40 cigars, and all that. They want to spend like $6 on a cigar, and they're good. Then you got the guys they're gonna go straight to Pravada, and they're gonna try to get whatever's limited out there, and they're gonna try to get whatever the new cookie cigar and all this kind of stuff. Then you got the underground smokers that they're gonna stick to like Ezra Zion, and I'm not mad at that. And Ezra has some really good blends, and they do a lot of really cool stuff, man. I got a lot of those cigars that I need to smoke a lot downstairs that I need to get into, and smoke a lot more of them because you can find some really good flavor, and you can find some really good blenders in there. I just don't want to get caught up in like smoking I spend $12 to $15 on a cigar that's a small batch, and I can just go out to Rocky Patel or EP Carrillo and get the same cigar, or I can get an Oliva cigar, and that's basically what it is. And they just they bought it from some tabacalera that's well known, and then they just put a new band on it, and you're smoking a cigar that you've already smoked a billion times. I don't want to get caught in that. It's kind of like a frustrating thing to me that I want to be able to, like, if you take a band off of a cigar and I smoke that cigar, and I can tell you it's a good cigar just from smoking it. And I'm not getting caught up on whether it's Eladio Diaz or it's Nick Balillo or Steve Saka or it's something from Pravada or if it's a Monte Cristo or something like that. I just want to be able to smoke a really, really, really good cigar. That's really what matters to me. Now, when it comes to branding, the good part is like when you got a brand that you can trust. I know if I go to Patoro, I'm gonna get a good cigar. I know if I go to Crown Heads, I'm gonna get a good cigar. I know if I go to Steve Saka, I know what I'm gonna get. If I go to Principal Cigars, I know what I'm gonna get from them. And I kind of stay within that pocket of those trusted brands that I know what the blender is gonna do. I know they're gonna be up front, and I know they're gonna tell me what I need to know. This Casa 1910, Sanj Patel, I know what I'm getting from them every time. So that kind of keeps me in a place where I know I'm smoking good cigars. I know I can go to JC Newman and get something good. Even with United Cigars, I know that they have good relationships with other blenders that are out there. They have good relationships with other brands out there, and I can feel comfortable with them. But the other side to me is that I'm constantly on a journey, and that's why I do like when I do like buyer's guides. I'm trying to make these reviews where I'm, telling you guys like, hey, this is a trusted brand. This is a cigar brand that if you smoke these 5 cigars, you're gonna be in a good place. You can go based on what I'm telling you guys about these cigars that I've smoked a lot of them, and I've got into their portfolios, and I really understand like what they're doing. I can give you like some diverse reactions, and to if they're doing a Habano, if they're doing a Sumatra, if they're doing uh, you know, a Connecticut, whatever. You can trust that brand and still have some great options. So Afri Scott said, I like actually fully enjoy a cigar when I sit down to smoke it. I don't like the idea of me personally. I don't like the idea for me personally to just smoke a really cheap cigar for the sake of it. Yeah, I'm like that a lot too. So when I did the underrated budget cigar, and when I did the buyer's guide, when I was doing like the way that I broke that down was like these are the best cigars from five. I think I did from $5 to $9, and I think I did 10 to 15, and I did 16 to like 25, something like that. I did it along those lines. So I did it so for everybody that watches my channel. I broke it down so like if you want an affordable cigar, these are the ones that you can go to, and they taste great. They have great construction, and you're gonna get bang for your buck. So if you're spending $6 to $9, these cigars are gonna stand out. If you smoke $10 to $15, you're gonna get these cigars that taste great. And I know it's all subjective and it's all gonna be based on my opinion, but I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like me, where you're not smoking just to smoke. So you can find something that was within your budget that's gonna give you some enjoyment while you're smoking these cigars. And then that way, if you find something like with Charter Oak, you can, or if you're gonna get Perdomo, not Perdomo, Perdomo, yeah, you can go to Perdomo and get a 10th anniversary. You get a 10th anniversary Maduro, or you can get the champagne, or you can go and get like a lot 40, a Project 40, and you're gonna smoke these cigars and they're inexpensive. You can get a Juarez, and that cigar smokes and it's constructed really well. You don't have to spend a ton of money, but you can still enjoy that experience while you're smoking the cigar. And that really means a lot to me as far as being able to give people something that you can enjoy and something that you can really sink your teeth into and not feeling like you're wasting cigars. And me and the New Wave guys have been talking a lot about just finding value in your cigars. That like when you buy a 40, 30 or $40 cigar and the construction is not there, it's just disappointing, man. So I try to find people, like especially like a lot of you who have been in here on this live tonight for y'all, or today for me. You've been talking about like you're new to cigars. So I hope my channel in general and the New Wave guys are like leading you to different options where you can find a cigar that's in your price range or within your palate, that's going to lead you to like every time you pick up a cigar, you enjoy it. And you can trust us as reviewers to say, not that we're working with any of these companies, we're just giving you an idea of what's out there. So we're just making your journey easier, because this is an expensive hobby, man. If you're trying to fill up your humidor, or if you're just, you're smoking 3 cigars a week, why not make it easier for everybody? Nate, what up, man? You can fill me in on the Cigars Daily infighting and what was mentioned at the end of the last live. I'll give you as much as I can on that one. So y'all know Cigars Daily. It's probably like the biggest YouTube cigar shop and review channel out right now. Um, a lot of people go to Tim and Cigars Daily for their reviews and for their insights. And for me, I don't watch Cigars Daily anymore. When I first started getting on Cigars Daily and what was the guy? Cigar Obsession was really big, and Ron Real was really big at that time. So I was watching that a lot. And if you remember, like earlier, I was doing like an impression of Tim and all that kind of stuff, when his exuberant personality and all that. His channel really grew. And he had a lot of people that was like, he had a team that was helping him grow, and the people that was working in his shop, and you could see the growth of his shop. So one of the guys that he was really close to got fired. And he was saying that Cigars Daily was not a good place to work. He was saying that like Tim was a control freak, and a lot of stuff going on with the women that worked there. Not, I don't know if it was harassment, but it might have been just kind of like a chauvinist hierarchy type thing. And he was saying that, you know, it was kind of like ego driven, and he got fired for no reason. And so he went on to Instagram, and he was doing this thing where he was like, he was going to expose Cigars Daily for what their work environment was really like. And if you go, I can't remember what his name is. It's like Dusty something. It's Dusty Rat or something like that. So you can kind of do your research on it and find out what his name is. It's like Desert Rat, Dusty Desert Rat or something like that. Whatever his name is. I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. But he was on this campaign to expose Tim for how he treated his employees and how he treated everybody, man. And he was gonna sue them and do all this other kind of stuff. So go on Instagram, it's the whole thing about it. And you can go on Reddit too, and it's a lot on it on Reddit that'll tell you all about that. So that's what that was about, man. And it's like, it's really getting kind of nasty because they're getting lawyers involved in it. And the guy, Desert Rat, whatever his name is, has taken a long time to get the information out. And I think he had like a cease and desist against him too. So he's kind of like scared that Tim is so powerful within the cigar industry right now that, you know, there was going to be some blowback from it. So JB, I hope that answered your question, man. But that's what a lot of that was, man. I listen to their podcast while I'm on the road. Yeah, I think his name was Dustin. Yeah, I think his name was Dustin, and it was like, but his Instagram name was like Desert or Dusty Rat or Desert Rat or something like that. But yeah, I think his name was Dustin. So it was a whole lot behind that, man, and it came up in the new wave conversation. Somebody brought it up to us, and none of us was really like involved with it. We've just kind of been staying in our own pocket, you know, just kind of putting out our reviews. And we've been kind of staying away from a lot of the beef that it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, man. We've been kind of staying away from a lot of that beef stuff, man, because we really want to like build this community, man. And our whole thing about reviews is like, you see how cool we are just with each other. And we wanted to be inviting, you know, we try to get, you know, if somebody wants to be a reviewer, if they want to start a podcast or something, we're trying to bring people onto our show, bring people into the community and not have a lot of that beef, man. And I know a lot of people was expecting me to have a lot of beef when it came to that whole thing that I had with Lee Mack. And I just didn't want to do it that way, man. Like when it got to the point where like I felt like I was getting sucked into beef, my whole thing was to be subversive, man, and to flip it on his head. And I got no malice towards, you know, Lee Mack or anybody else. And it's funny when it comes to just being a cigar reviewer, and everybody wants to be the top dog and have the best channel and grow and all that. But it's not like a lot of money in this. It's not like I'm making money from doing this. The most that I get from this is when people send me cigars. That's the most that I've really gotten out of it, other than the fact that I've made friends. I've connected with some people in the industry. I've had a pretty good relationship with Steve Saka, and I kind of got a budding thing with Sanj right now. But I don't go to them, for a lot of things. It's just I like the fact that they respect my channel and they respect my opinion on cigars. And when you're gonna be a reviewer, that's what's most important, right? That's gonna be the most important thing. It's like you really want to be able to have that integrity as a person. But that infighting, man, when your ego gets involved, like there's another guy recently who was really popular on this channel, on YouTube, and his channel went away, and he's just coming back. And his whole thing was like, he used to be famous and all that kind of stuff. And like, yo, dog, it ain't no fame in this, man. And when people are trying to like take out somebody else or saying somebody else is a hack or all that kind of stuff, like I don't want to get involved with that. Even when it comes to Pravada, man, I'm not a fan of how they're doing their whole thing in Pravada. Look at that cloud right there, man. That's kind of dope. But I don't like I don't like getting into that kind of stuff, man. I don't want to beef with anybody, man. I try my best to just be as inviting as possible. You never know who you're gonna run into. You never like when I go back to the States. What if I want to open up a lounge, or if I want to do something within the industry? Like what if we do start blending cigars or something like that? I want to be able to have connections with people where they look at me and it's like EKB and the Vintage Cigar as a brand. I want them to look at my brand that I worked so hard on for the past 3 years and be like, yo, we respect this dude. We respect his mind. We respect the people that follow his channel. And you got somebody like, Cigar Hound Dog. That dude in 2 years has garnered 10,000 subscribers. That's crazy. That's bananas. And he's just the coolest, most down-to-earth dude. And I want to keep it that way. I want my brand to be like that, and anybody associated with me to be cool like that too. Free Cigars does sound pretty good, man. It's pretty good. And for me, it's kind of difficult for me to gather enough cigars to send out to other people, but I try to send out bombs too, man. And I love that being in the community. Like if I can share knowledge, and if I can be inviting and help other people out to get their channel started, or send out cigars, that's what it's all about for me, man. And I'll take it. I like how you actually have a range of options on cigar ratings, including the negative. I've smoked bad cigars, so they exist. Not all cigars are 80 plus rating. Word. And so check it out. When it came to Saka put up my review for the Saka Con on Facebook, and that episode blew up because Saka was like, I like this guy's reviews. And I smoked the Sin Compromiso, the larger cigar. And it's a 7x54 if I'm doing it off the top of my head. And I love Sin Compromiso, but I did not like that particular Vitola. To me, it didn't have enough flavor. So when I did the worst cigars of 2022, I put that cigar up there because it was one of the worst cigars that I had for that year. And I'm just giving my honest opinion about that. And I've actually talked to that man back and forth, and when he saw that review, he was like, "Oh, I noticed you didn't like that cigar." He didn't get pissed off. He didn't say anything about me. He didn't, shit on me. He didn't stop posting my reviews or anything like that. He was just like, "That's your opinion, and I respect it." And I got nothing but respect for that man for doing that. But for me, if I don't like something, I say how I feel about it. And when it comes to Blackbird cigars, I've always talked about how much I love their branding and how I love, how the blender does in interviews and stuff like that. But I don't like the cigars. So I keep it 100. And I just give my honest opinion. And when it came, I did Todos Los Dias review for Steve Saka. And when I did the Wise cigar, I love that cigar. And I got one of his, the new one from it when he did the Thick Lonsdale. And I had some construction issues with that cigar. I didn't put the review out. I went straight to Steve Saka and was like, man, this is what happened with this review. I can put it out, or, I can just come to you and say, this is what happened. He sent me a box of those cigars and said, look, man, if you want to put that review out, man, I don't care. Do your thing. I like the fact that you're being honest. You cannot do nothing but respect a man for that. And as a whole, I think when people watch my reviews, whether it's you guys or whether, because you never know who's watching. All of these blenders, they're watching these reviews. Whether it's Half Wheel, whether it's Cigar Dojo, whether it's me, whether it's Pick Jimmy, whether it's Cigars Daily, whomever, they're watching. They're paying attention. They might not say anything all the time, but they're watching. I feel like for me, and I can only speak for myself, I think they would have a respect for me and my honesty as far as the way it goes to reviews. And I take pride in that. I take a whole lot of pride in that, man. And I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm not gonna bullshit myself. So I just give it 100 for whatever I'm thinking that is. Yeah, man. I try to keep it as 100 as I possibly can, man. And it's like when I get back to the States, I plan to take this brand and to go to TPE and to go to PCA or try to open up a lounge or something like that. And I want my brand to mean something. So who knows what'll happen in 5 years? Who knows what'll happen in the next 2 years? This may not. This may just be a channel that I get stuck at 3,000 subscribers, or I may have to close the channel or whatever. But I worked hard on this brand, and I love the cigar culture. So who knows where it might go? Who knows? I might link up with somebody one day. And I've talked to some of the people, and I've asked to intern with them, and I've asked to to do things, and some people never respond to me. Some people just be like, and they just kind of brush me off. But you never know, man. You never know where this may go and may lead. And the only thing I got is if you guys watch The Wire, I'm like Marlo. My name is my name. And I never wanted to be a point where you guys don't trust what I do. And for whatever it be, if it's gonna be for reviews or if it's gonna be a top 10 list, it's gonna be a buyer's guide. I want y'all to be like, yo, I fuck with Keelan, man. I fuck with EKB because he don't bullshit me. Best of luck, man. I appreciate that. Building the foundation now. You're striving for something. I am, man, and I have no idea where it's gonna go. Shouts out to Marlo. I love The Wire, man. So you guys see me quote that a lot. But integrity is everything on a day-to-day basis. I live my life based on that, whether I'm just making friends, if I'm doing business, if I'm talking cigars, if I'm talking movies. I'm thinking about doing a movie review channel soon. I'm working on that. And you can't monetize cigars on YouTube. But if I do movie reviews, I want people to be able to trust my word on, hey, this movie is great, this movie is whatever, and I want to be able to build a channel that way. So maybe this channel, people will find this and then find the other channel, and they will trust, what I'm talking about. And when it comes to cigars, man, there's a lot of scammers out there in the industry. There's a lot of people who are money driven, and there's a lot of people who are ego driven. And I just feel like I want to be the counter to that. Do I want to be able to make money to support my family doing something I love? Yeah. When I was a butcher, I loved everything that I was doing. And when I was working behind the counter, I took pride in the fact that people would come to me was like, yo, I'm trying to cook this dish. What cut of meat can I use? And it was a lot of knowledge up here about meat fabrication and about recipes. And I took pride in the fact that I was good at what I did. I was a damn good butcher. And I love the fact that I had that rapport with my customers. So I want to do the same thing with my viewers. And that's the way that I look at it. If only we could smoke cigars in the cinema. Dog, if it was so many ways that we could that might be an idea, to just open a cinema for cigar smokers where you can just sit in there and smoke and watch a movie and smoke cigars. they have places like that where you can, you know, go and eat and sit down, like those movie cinemas where you can sit down and eat. That would be a dope thing. I really wish I could make this channel a movie review channel where we like smoking cigars and talking about movies and TV shows. Because me and New Wave fellas, we do that shit all the time. That would be a great thing, but I can't monetize it. Sorry, I had to relight the cigar. But I can't monetize that, so I can't do it. But I would love just to have that culture where we could just sit back, watch movies and TV shows, and smoke cigars. That's what this shit is all about. And man must have a code on that Marlo shit. Not Marlo, but Omar shit, for real. Love your channel, bro. I admire your integrity and honesty. I wish you success and happiness. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot to me, yo. And I hope you have a wonderful night, too. Or if you're somewhere else where it's daytime like here, man, I hope the best for you, too. I really take pride in that, man. Like, the fact that so many people have come in and out on, I've been going for 3 hours, smoking 3 cigars with y'all. I really take pride of, you know, building this community. And it's a slow build for me, man. Like, and I kind of feel like I let y'all down sometimes when I go away, but like my day-to-day life is personal to me too. And that's really important for me to like have that integrity with my family and have that integrity with my friends that I make out here. But I do these lives and smoke your best cigars. This is my favorite thing to do other than just the reviews, just because it gives me a chance to kind of connect with a whole bunch of people. And you never know, man. Y'all might end up in Japan, or when I go back to the States, I might go to Chicago. I might go to Texas. I might go to New York or somewhere in there. And who knows who I'll bump into. Last time I was in California, man, I bumped into some really cool people, and some of them knew my channel. And that was kind of cool, man. And I just had conversations with them, and that's the best for me. What made you take the military road in life? I am not military. I'm 100% civilian. So, without getting into too much personal about that, because it involves my wife and she's not on the channel, but to answer this question the best way that I can is, my wife was out of work at the time and I was a butcher. So my job was pretty much sustaining us, and my wife was, she went to college for a fashion degree. My wife is really into fashion. And when she was pregnant with our 2 kids, she was driving an hour and a half while pregnant with both of our kids to go to college. She graduated with a fashion degree, and she was trying to find work. And where we were in Norfolk, Virginia, it's also a military town and a college city. So she wasn't finding the job that she wanted. And she got a job in California. So we packed up, and I said, look, I'm supporting you so that you can follow your dreams too. And I gave up my job, and we packed up the 2 kids. We had 2 babies, and we drove 5 days across the country to Fresno, California. So she was working on a military base. And we got that job as civilians. So long story short is, she had a friend that she met at her job that was living here in Japan, and he was like, yo, your position is open up in Japan. And she got the job, so we moved out here. So to be honest with you, I'm not anti-military, but I'm anti-war. I hate fighting, I hate killing, and I hate dealing with politics that affect people's lives. But we had to make a decision on whether or not we were going to work in this field. But it gave us an opportunity to make a living and to give our kids an experience that we never had before. So in that, we decided like we're gonna do this, and we came out here to Japan. So it's given us, it's been some difficult things dealing with the military from both of our personal perspectives, but it also gave us a life that we couldn't get elsewhere. So that's why we're here. I hope that answered that for you. Yeah, it is a small world, man, and it's fun. And that's what I was saying before. Like you actually never know who you're gonna bump into. I'm gonna wrap this up in a few minutes. So if you guys got some questions, throw them out there, and I'm gonna get to them real quick. So I'm about to go out with my family in just a little bit, so I gotta wrap this up. But Fresno, man, if I could tell you guys all the stories of the stuff that I went through in Fresno, especially when I was still in the culinary industry and I was still a butcher while I was there. And since you were in Fresno, do you know the meat market? Do you know that place? I can't remember where it was out there, but it was a well-known butcher shop and food place out there. I worked there, and there was a place that was just south of Fresno. Was it Visalia, I think? And there was a place called Glitz and Co. I used to work for them too. And when I tell you guys, the butcher shop that I worked for in Norfolk was one of the best butcher shops that I've ever experienced. KRHEIST Meat Market, Central Meat Market. Was it KRHEIST? I remember a KRHEIST. It started. I got to go back, but I think I did work with KRHEIST. Central Meat Market. I think it was called the Meat Market because there was one that was in Fresno, and then there was another one that was in Clovis, I think. And I'm pretty sure I worked with KRHEIST. That name sounds familiar, but it's a ton of KRHEIST. And honestly, I blocked a lot of that stuff out. Oh, damn, culinary industry explains how you have a developed palate. I'm still in the sampler phase where I'm figuring out what I like and picking. Yeah, and that's a good place to be. That journey, as far as going out there and finding the brands that you like and the type of cigars and the type of leaves that you like, man, that's the thing. And it, not to toot my own horn, but I would say go back and look up my I Want the Smoke shows. Go back through those if you haven't done that, because it's long form and I really talk about that a lot. And go back to my buyer's guides. I think that's the best shows for you that's on my channel, because I really try to talk about why you should buy certain cigars, and it's kind of me exploring cigars as well too. And you can kind of live vicariously through me. I think it'll kind of help you out on that journey. The culinary industry really did help me out a lot as far as having a palate, and I just love flavor profiles. I love making my own spice rubs, and I love flavoring fish and meat and vegetables and just kind of getting that. So I think that did kind of help me out when it comes to like cigars and wine tasting and all that kind of stuff. I think it really did help me out, and hopefully that's going to be something that by proxy will help everybody that watches the channel out too. That's something I take pride in, honestly. And for me, man, like say like D Love and Wife. D Love was like, man, you're my favorite as far as how you taste cigars and the way to describe notes. And that was like one of the best compliments that I ever got, because dude has a very logical and scientific mind when it comes to cigars. So when people respect that, it means I'm doing the right thing. And it kind of goes along with the integrity side of things. That's really something that is really important to me as far as like being able to convey that. And I wouldn't say I'm a great writer, but I try to figure out a vocabulary and use a lot of metaphors to bring people in to so that you guys can get what's in my head and what I'm tasting. And hopefully it makes sense to what I'm trying to convey. And really kind of give you an idea, like you're not gonna taste everything that I taste, but I can kind of at least take people in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? That's really like, it's really important trying to be able to transcribe and describe everything that you're experiencing. So I try to have an all-encompassing thing. I try to convey a lot of the emotions. That's why I wanted to put a lot of gifts and a lot of mood with the music that I put in the background, and relating it to the movies and all that kind of stuff. Like, so when I have a feeling of getting nicotine sickness, or if I'm elated about how I feel about cigars, or if I didn't really like a cigar, you guys can feel that in the mood of what I'm doing. And I hope that comes through on camera, man. I really try to make this whole thing like it's not just some dude sitting behind the camera, sitting still and just talking cigars. That really kind of bored me when I got into the review industry and a lot of people that I was watching at the time. I think Ron Real, when he did that Cigar Madness thing, was like one of the most innovative things I've ever seen for cigar reviews. And I was like, how can I do that without taking this guy's IP, right? And I was like, how can I make my personality come across on screen? So when I'm doing this long form show, because I really like Mr. Lancero and Dr. Joe. If you guys are just getting into YouTube, go back and look up those guys, Mr. Lancero and Dr. Joe. Go back and look at Ron Real. And these guys really put a lot of who they are into their cigar reviews. And they had some really heavy production. I think Pick Jimmy does a great job at that too. And just really trying to set a vibe and a mood for every cigar. If you see my show, it's really different from show to show, but it has kind of like the same theme. And each one of, like, whether I was doing special delivery, smoke your best cigars, the buyer's guide, the top 10, or I want the smoke, I really feel like all of those shows have their own identity. And I really try to make it seem like each one of these shows was the vintage cigar and it was me. But whenever I'm doing a review, it kind of gives a different view or a different idea of how I'm trying to convey what this cigar is about. Special delivery is the only one that I really do a rating. And when I do my cigar shorts, I do a rating on those. But most of them is just like, hey, this is what I felt on this cigar. This is what I think about the cigar. Now you guys go out and figure out what you think about it. Exactly. At the end of the day, it's all tobacco, but the metaphors help to unwrap the overall experience. Yeah. And I try to create a mood and a vibe with that, man, because that's what this whole thing is about, man. When you sitting wherever you smoke your cigars, or if you go into a lounge and they got the warm lights, or they got the leather chairs, or you watching sports with your friends, or you're pairing it with the alcohol, like everything about that is setting a mood and a vibe. You're listening to your favorite song, if you're listening to a podcast, or you just hanging out with friends, I try to put literally all of that into my shows. I try to put, and so that it's not just tobacco. It's the community, it's the environment, it's the feeling, all of that. So you're into poetry and or lyrical hip hop. I was a poet in the early 2000s. I used to be a spoken word poet. And back when I was in Norfolk, I used to write a whole lot of poetry. But I lost my rhyme book and I never wrote again. But I try to put that same feeling into how I talk and how I produce things. The other side to that is I was an MC at one point in time. So I came up in the 80s. So I was really big on Run DMC, Tribe Called Quest, Food Schnickens, Leaders of the New School, Lords of the Underground, Das Effects. And then I kind of got into like Big L, Nas, Mos Def, Black Thought, and The Roots. I'm a hip hop head. I used to b-boy, like, and that's my culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really my thing. I was a kid from the South. I love Andre 3000. I love Outkast and Far Side. Common Sense, Chicago. Like, I got into everything. Kanye. I ain't got bars. You're not gonna get me to freestyle up here, but I still got some bars, man. I don't write anymore, but I still got a few bars, man. Don't sleep on me. That was my thing, man. I was an MC. Like, I loved it. And when I did the thing for my boy Money, I was talking about him being an MC and how his schizophrenia affected his music. But he was probably one of the most talented rappers that I knew. He was really about to blow up. And we had a crew back in the day called the Sons of Cess. We used to just roll up a lot of weed and smoke and talk about weed and just living in the South. That was our thing. And I was all about being a lyrical MC. Like I wasn't the best at the metaphors and similes and all that kind of stuff, but I could paint a good picture back in those days when I was talking about rhyming and stuff like that. So if you guys watch my videos, man, y'all will see like, cause I listen to everything. I'm really into jazz, and especially when like I'm a huge Miles Davis head, and I love Ahmad Jamal and Oscar Peterson. Like I'm a jazz head, and so with Tribe Called Quest and Stetsasonic, that was my thing. So if you guys notice, I put a lot of hip hop and a lot of music into my reviews. And I love when people like, they will come back in the comments or something like that, like, yo, you used this song and that was dope. Back when I first started doing the top 10, if you go back and listen to the old shows, I used Biggie's 10 Crack Commandments. Yeah, man, it's like, I want that to be a vibe, but I also listen to a lot of alternative too. Like, so I was really into like Tool and Nirvana and, so Pantera. I listen to a lot of different music, man, and I want that to be conveyed in that because I feel like y'all get to know me when y'all know my music. So I don't know, man. That's a part of what goes into this, man. If when you guys see in my everything room, that's like my studio. I got John Coltrane, I got Billie Holiday, Marvin Gaye, Diana Ross up on my wall because that's what I live by. I got all my father's records in there. But yeah, so that's what I'm trying to convey, man. What, seeing the MC side of me would be dope? I think the most you're gonna get from that, man, is when I make hip hop references on the show. Hey man, I'm 43, man. I think Andre 3000 said it best, man. That hip hop is a young man's game. I don't think I'm gonna be Black Thought at this point anymore. But who knows? Maybe one day, man. Sometimes I get in the vibe and I still get rhymes in my head. Sometimes maybe I'll make a joint where I spit a few bars, but I highly doubt it, man. Like, cause I don't listen to music the way I used to. It used to be every day, and it was an all day thing. Right now, the only people that I'm really listening to is probably Tyler the Creator, JID, a little bit of Kendrick Lamar. But I'm not really feeling hip hop right now. It's not a lot of people that I really like that really catch me. And even on the R&B side, it's not a lot of people that I'm into. So I don't know, man. That side might not come out. And these old bones, I can't break dance anymore. So it's all good. You're expressive through cigars, which is hard to convey to an audience. And it is, man. And it's hard to make content in a way that's gonna separate yourself from a lot of the other reviewers out there. And I really try to find a way to do that. This cigar is out, man. So I think I'll leave it where it is. But yeah, man, it's difficult to get that, man, and to get people into a sense that like they feel at home when they come to my channel. When I first started the channel, I said I wanted this channel to be like a hearth and a cigar lounge and like you're chilling with one of your best friends. And somebody commented on my last Smoke Your Best Cigar joint, man, and they were like, yo, I'm just listening to this show. And he was like, I don't like a lot of other reviewers, but I like, that I feel like I'm sitting talking to an old friend. And you can't get a better compliment than that. You can't get any better than that. So that's pretty dope. I get that about the 3K quote, but a spoken word verse, maybe. If I do that, I do like when I do a lot of my shorts, I sometimes like do a little, I could probably put it in there. But to be honest, when it came to spoken word, the reason why I stopped doing it is that everybody started to sound the same. And if you guys are into like the rap battles, like the 101, like like a lot of these young cats are into like that, you know, Murder Mook and all those cats that do like and Math Hoffa and all that when they would do like the one-on-one rap battles. I don't like it because to me it sounds like spoken word. They ain't rapping no more. It ain't no beat. There's no real flow to it. They're just basically doing spoken word, but they talking about guns and battling and all that kind of stuff, and it bores me to tears. And everybody in the spoken word thing started to sound the same. Nobody had their own personality, and it was like all sun, moon, and stars, and you know, hey, my black queen, and like I hated the way people, I hated the cadence of it, and everybody sounded the same. And for me as an artist, I draw too. A lot of y'all don't know that. Like I draw and I paint, and one thing about art is like you're supposed to express who you are. You're supposed to express yourself and your identity. And when it comes to me being a content creator and creating my own page and creating my channel, I didn't want to sound like anybody else. I didn't want to look like anybody else. I didn't want it to feel like anybody else. And when I make my art, art should have its own identity. Picasso is not going to look like Da Vinci. And nobody's gonna, you know, I don't want to look like anybody. When you see a Basquiat painting, you can look at it and you like, hey, that's Basquiat. That's what I wanted it to be. And so when I do a review, I don't want to be Cigar Hound Dog. That man has his own lane. I love that Master Your Ash has his own lane. You know, I want that smoke or um, anybody that you can think of in this thing. Like, there's so many people that like they do the reviews and it, you know, and it's one note. I don't want to be that. And the cats that I hang with, they have their own lane. We got 4 guys that got a lot in common with the new wave. 5 guys now, and all of us have a different vibe. And so when y'all come on to our, you know, our lives and you watch their shows individually, like we are our own people, and that's what makes us work. It's kind of like the Wu Tang, you know what I'm saying? Like Ghostface Killer don't sound like the JEEZUZ. The JEEZUZ don't sound like Raekwon. Raekwon don't sound like Meth, and that's what makes it a unit. So that's really a big deal to me. You know, Big Boy and Andre, 2 different people. They're Aquemini. You know, they they're 2 different cats, but when they come together, it gels and it makes something beautiful. Far Side was the same way. You know, like everybody, like I love being able to have like your own soul, if that makes sense. Yeah, I was speaking about that earlier in the year. I haven't went to a spoken word poetry night in a good while because of the lack of originality. Like, dude, everybody sounds the same, and everybody sounded the same for the past 20 years. I tapped out. Now, if you listen to hip hop right now, everybody like if you listen to Ice Spice, she sounds just like Cardi B, and Cardi B sounded just like Young M.A. And the Migos sound just like Future, and Future like everybody's like boring. I could care less. The reviews help me kind of know what to expect. Obviously, we all have tastes in what we taste, but I don't know if I could trust someone off the street to say try M81 Pro is good with no context. Right. And when I did that review on the M81, man, I just gave y'all what I was really feeling on that cigar. And it's good that I got a group chat of fellas that we can just kind of go back and forth and talk about what we like and what we dislike. And you can come to all of our channels and you can go to somebody else's channel and they can give you a review. But if they're not really being in depth of why they like that cigar, why they don't, or if they don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, or they just want to be accepted, or they just want the views, like what's the point of going to that channel? What's the point? What's the point of just talking to somebody, you know, in a lounge and you know, you got the clerk and he's just like, they just want to sell this cigar and they're just like, oh, you should try this, or this is, you know, Metallica, or how does the cigar smoke? How does it compare to another cigar that's out there? So that way you can connect the dots and like, if you smoke this, then you understand what this cigar is like. And if you notice, when I do the top 10s, I try to connect all the cigars that are in the top tens, and I try to connect something that I had before, and I do that in a lot of my reviews, because if you haven't had this one, it's a good chance you had that one. And I can't always do that off the top of the head, but I trust me when I tell you guys, when I'm making those lists and I'm doing those brand guides, I'm doing a lot of research behind the scenes. I'm in my mid 30s. Went to my cousin's 20s birthday party some weeks back. The music was the same song on a different beat. Yeah, right, right. And that's not art to me, man. And when you get into that vibe, like, I know it's you kind of want to fit into whatever the culture is for the moment, and you want to fit into whatever group, but at the same time, if you're not giving your own personality and your own identity, what's the point? You know, I got cold in my eyes from tears, but it's one of those things that you want to be able to connect the music. Everything, like, you can go to something that's in the 60s or 70s or the 80s or whatever. And I listen to a lot of 80s new wave music, ironically. That's really what I'm listening to right now. Or 90s R&B, and B. And it has a sound to it, but everybody had their own identity. And if you listen to the 80s, 90s hip hop, Jay-Z didn't sound like Nas. Nas didn't sound like Big L. Big L didn't sound like Biggie. Nobody sounded like the Wu-Tang. Nobody sounded like Crucial Conflict, Do or Die. Like, nobody sounded like Das Effects when Das Effects is doing their thing. But when Das Effects came up with their Iggity style, then you got Lords of the Underground, and you got all these dudes. Everybody was Iggity, Biggity. You had Crisscross doing that. But then somebody would come out later and they would change the landscape of music. And now that doesn't happen as much anymore. Like, you can't tell me anybody right now that really came out that didn't sound like anybody else. And that bothers me, man, and it takes me out of it. And the same thing with the cigars. It was a really big point for me to say, like, yo, when I do this channel, I'm gonna have my own vibe. And and the whole thing, when I got into that thing with Lee Mack, when he was trying to say that, like, I was taking his idea for the top 10 worst cigars, that pissed me off, because I really made it a point that I wasn't watching his channel anymore. And I sat back and I thought about all the shows. Like, y'all don't know how many hours that I sat in that room downstairs writing pages and pages on what I wanted to do for this channel. Like, I spent hours writing up the concept. I gave y'all 5 different shows that I do on one channel, one man. Nobody. I don't have an editor. I don't have a writer. I don't have a production company. I don't have a team like Cigars Daily. I don't have that. It's just me. And the most that I do is bounce my ideas off the new wave cats. And when I started this, they weren't around. So who was I gonna get these ideas from? I'm not stealing from anybody else. And if y'all can tell me anybody that has a channel that does what I do, please find them, because I want to see it. And that was like a real diss to who I am as a person and my integrity, man. Like don't do that shit to me, man. Don't tell me that I'm biting off of you. I'm from the 80s. I'm from the hip hop. You don't bite. You don't steal from other people. My rhymes are my rhymes. Ain't nobody writing for me. None of this. None of these ideas came from anybody else. I don't do a rating scale that anybody else does. And when I do a rating scale, nobody's doing the rating scale that I do. Whether it's on the buyer's guide, the way I compare and I score my cigars, I don't do what other people do. When I give a rating on that, it's going to be A, B, C, D, E, F. That's me. It's simple, but if I tell you something is an A plus or it's an A minus and it's a C or F, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if I'm doing a buyer's guide, I'm doing that. Like, I don't know anybody that's like going and giving you a brand in their portfolio and saying, here are 4 or 5 cigars, and this is why you should smoke that in this brand. That's my idea. That's my IP. When I do a top 10, I know that top 10 list, any and everybody's doing their top 5 cigars, their top 10 or whatever, but I do it my way. And you got a larger company out there that they do their top 5 cigars or whatever, and it could be anything under the sun. They could be like, yo, these are the top 5 cigars to, while you're watching a baseball game or or for the summer or whatever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give you these top 10s based on what these cigars are all about. Is it a Connecticut? Is it affordable cigar? Is it mild to medium? That way you know what the theme is, and you can apply that to how you smoke cigars. It's simple, but it's straightforward, and it's informative. If you need to go out and find the cigars based on price, you can come to the Vintage Cigar, and I'm gonna tell you based on that. If you're trying to look for something that is gonna be something that you can pair with something, Master Your Ash is gonna be the best person with that. But that's gonna be on the Vintage Cigar too. But I'm not gonna do it as well or as informative as somebody that works in the liquor and cigar industry. Michael is brilliant. I can learn from him, but I'm not gonna steal his flow. But you can come to my channel and learn something about it. So to me, that I think there's a value, not to toot my own horn, but I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in this. I've been doing this channel for 3 years now, yo. 3 years. It's my baby. And the only thing that I got is my mind and my brain. So, I see, huh? That's it. Yeah, but come back soon, okay? Okay. Is Mom home?
No.
Okay.
She's shopping at the conversation. She said that you wanted bacon.
Yeah. Sorry about that, y'all. That was my daughter. But yeah, so the reason why I focus on that is because I want you guys to have something that you can take away from this channel. And then maybe I can build this channel into something else. But for me to be able to put myself into this channel and put this hard work in there, man, for somebody to tell me that I'm not real or that I'm stealing, y'all can see right now I'm hot. That shit pissed me the hell off, man. I was mad about that shit. And then the fact that to have somebody to say something like that, but then also to praise me as well too, it's just like it was really confusing to me. But I hope that I did it in a way that I'm not taking away from that man and what he's done in this industry. And I'm not taking it away from anybody that loves his channel. But I hope I gave somebody a perspective on what it was for me being a content creator. I don't sell my art. I don't sell my drawings. I don't make money off of cigars. I don't make money off of this channel. But my art is my art, yo. All right, JB, thanks for coming out, my man. It meant a lot that you spent 3 hours, almost 4 hours with me, dude. That's major. But yeah, yo, that was something serious to me, man. Y'all can see like that got my blood pressure up, yo. I was mad about that. I was mad about that because when you make a video, and anybody, if y'all want to get into making a YouTube channel, if you want to make a podcast, it's a lot of work. And it's really effed up that YouTube doesn't allow revenue for cigar reviewers. I think it's real. I think it's a cold-blooded thing. And I honestly should be getting paid for what I do. Because when I make a video for you guys and it's not something like this, and for somebody to sit with me for 4 hours and for y'all to be in here, 7 people in here, that's not a small thing. And for y'all to be here, but for me to make a show, and when I write the show and I go through all these cigars and I'm checking out all the different, notes, and I'm checking out the different brands, and I'm doing the history on this, and I'm smoking these cigars, and then I gotta spend 2 to 3 hours editing that video, and then trying to make it, and then I gotta find the music for it, and I gotta, put my logo up there, and I gotta make a thumbnail. All of that is hours and time. They're getting money off of my traffic. That's word. But I can't benefit. That's some bull. Now, granted, so the main thing behind that, man, is when I first started this channel, I didn't know that cigars are demonetized. So I was doing, while I'm in Japan, and I was doing the vintage cigar, and I put my time in the vintage cigar more because, like, it was easier to do, and it was still a lot of work. But, and my channel was growing pretty fast at the time. So I was like, let me focus on this. So when I got the 4,000 watch hours, and I got 1,000 subscribers, and I was just under that, I found, like, right before I hit the mark where it could be monetized, I found out that the whole thing was demonetized, and I was demoralized for that. But by that time, I had developed some relationships, and then I developed a following. I couldn't just get rid of the channel. So I stuck here with y'all for 3 years, man. Like, and like, the only thing that has, like I said earlier, that's really come out of it is I've made friends, and I've made a name for myself in a brand with the cigar industry that John Huber knows who I am, Steve Saka knows who I am, Sanj Patel knows who I am, Oliver from, United Cigars, and I'm pretty sure there's some other people who are well established that knows my IP. And then you have people that actually send me cigars. That's the only thing that I get out of this now. On a personal level, that's valuable. But I can't feed my kids off of it. My kids can't eat these cigars. What am I gonna go do? Just go out and just sell these cigars in Japan somewhere? Like, but I do it because I love the culture, and I love the people that follow the channel. So, but when you really think about the amount of effort and time that goes into it, and there's nothing financial that comes back from, I'm not all about money, but it's a capitalist society. Money makes the world go round. You gotta literally bring home the bacon. I got a wife and kids to support. I got a family back in the States. I got nieces and nephews. You want your blood, sweat, and tears to come to fruition somewhere. You want it to pay off. You want it to. So I don't know where this is gonna go, man. I don't know. But you can't tell me, like, that I'm not putting my all into this. Like, I spend a lot of time in it. I wonder what my wife thinks about it sometimes. Like, spending hours on end talking to people through a camera and smoking cigars that she doesn't love. You wonder, like, what are you doing now? Do I have a day job? It's been harder for me to produce content because I've been working 2 and 3 jobs in a country that I'm not from, with a language that I don't speak. But I put food on the table, I provide for my family, but at the same time, it's like, part of the reason why I did this is because I wanted to be like it was when I was a butcher. When I literally did something that I loved that made me happy on a daily basis. And I didn't want to go back into a workforce where I'm working for somebody else and they're making money off of me. And ironically, I'm doing that now. YouTube is making money off of me. Even if they're not getting money based on sponsors or ad revenue and all that. But if I'm bringing in traffic to YouTube and my little 3,000 subscribers, it's still bringing traffic, because after you watch my channel, you're probably gonna watch something else, and then so, like, that's giving them revenue. It's kind of a fucked up and cold game when you really think about it. But I'm not gonna stop, because y'all do support me. It might not be financial, but I can come up here and talk for 4 hours and vent and smoke cigars and talk about Japan, talk movies, talk music. It's therapeutic in a way. And I hopefully I'm giving something back to y'all when y'all are watching these shows and watching my channel. That's the most important things. Those are the best workers, the ones that have passion and motivation for the craft. And I understand how you feel shafted, man. Like, dog, when I tell you, when I was a butcher, when I lived in Fresno, I was a 20-something-year-old black dude, and the guy that ran the company was an Armenian dude. And I went in there, to just be a butcher. And they were just hiring me as a body, right? I was just somebody that was gonna work the the beef station. They had this old Mexican cat that was working the pork station. And I was there to cut the meat, weigh it, and put it out on the shelves. And that was my job. You just kind of work. It was like an assembly line almost. But one day, he called me into his office, and it was 10 o'clock in the morning. I was working on a bandsaw, and I was cutting T-bones, I think. And he called me off the line, and this dude had like this huge office with a leather chair in there. He had a desk, and he was a drinker. He was a heavy drinker, and he poured himself some scotch or something like that. And he was like, "What you want to drink?" I'm like, "I want to drink? Dog, I'm working a bandsaw right now, bro. It's 10 in the morning." Like, what? And he was like, "All right, it's cool. It's more for me." So he brought out an IMPS guide, and he was like, "So how did you get into this?" And I told him how I got into it. I told him about my culinary school thing, and he would just bring up a cut of meat, and he would be like, "What do you know about this?" And I'd be like, "Okay, this is, from the rump. It's a top sirloin, and there's plenty of ways you can break this down. The sirloin has a completely different flavor than anything that you're gonna get out of the chuck. The way that you could do this, man, you could do a Brazilian cut on this, and you can take the top off of this. You can break this down. You can do top sirloin steaks, or you can do eye cuts, and you can break it down. Da 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 da." He was like, "All right, what about this?" I was like, "Okay, this is the round section." So honestly, I would use the eye of round, and I sell this to people who work out because it's completely lean. It doesn't have a lot of flavors in that. We can use the bottom round in there. You can sell this as a quick steak, and you can tell people they can flavor it this way, that way. You can use the top round. I would probably use this in the grind, honestly, the way you guys run your shop here, and da 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 da. And I'm breaking it down for him, but he was shocked that I actually understood primals, and I understood the different regions on the animal. I understood the flavor profiles. And you can see him, he had another guy that was the owner of the other meat market that was in Clovis. And these guys are just sitting there, and everything that they pointed out, I had a perspective on how to sell the meat, how to cut the meat, how to flavor it. And you could tell that he was in awe. And he sent me back to the line. And this is a true story. So he called me into the office one day, and because he drank so much, he had two other guys. Matter of fact, Chris is, I think, the other guy that actually was one of his main workers in there. And these guys would watch us through like a two-way glass. And they didn't like him. They didn't like the old Armenian cat. This dude was really wealthy. And they wanted to run the shop a certain way. So whenever I would go into the shop, I would go to the old head and I'd be like, "Man, good morning, man. How you doing? What's going on with the shop today?" And I would talk to him. So he pulled me aside one day. He was like, "Man, I was just in at a dinner, and it was another guy that's just like you, man. And he's a black guy like you. And he's like, I really like you." And he was like, "You guys are different. You're not like the other ones, like other black people." And he was like, you really know your stuff. You're a good guy. And I'm like, dog, you cannot base me on the way that my skin looks. And you cannot base on my age. I studied this. I went to school for it. And I know my craft. I can tell you the top 5 most tender cuts on the whole animal. I can tell you about the tenderloin. I can tell you about the flat iron. I can tell you about the tender. I can tell you about the ribeye. Like, I can go down the line. I can tell you about the spinalis. Like, I know my shit, B. Don't lump me in with just somebody. Like, I love my craft. And I can tell you any part of that animal, whether it's a pig, whether it's a lamb, whether it's beef, bear. I can give you some way that you can get a cut that's either going to be affordable, that's going to be expensive, that's going to be flavorful, that's going to be whatever. And I do that same shit with cigars. I study my shit. I don't talk about it, I live it. And I'm not going to be out here just giving you information that I don't try to see or study for myself. So my channel is my baby. I taught myself how to edit. Every edit that you see on this, I'm doing it. Every movie or metaphor that I put into my show is something that I watch for myself. Every song, I do it because I know this shit from the top of my head. I'm an artist. What did Erykah Badu say? I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. That's me, bro. Like, if I don't know something, I'm gonna tell you I don't know it, and I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm going to smoke the cigar because I want to know all about it. If I'm gonna check out a brand, I'm on Half Wheel, I'm on Cigar Dojo, I'm on Cigar Aficionado, I'm Googling, and I'm researching. I'm smoking the cigar, I'm smoking multiple cigars. I know my shit, B. And that's not some arrogant shit. It's really like a lot of time and effort that I spend in, like, all the different, y'all don't know, like, I went through so many different, I was on YouTube trying to figure out what's gonna be the best editor for me. What's gonna be the best way that I could do it on my phone. And I spent hours. Like, it used to take me almost a whole day to do I Want the Smoke, because I didn't know how to edit when I started this channel. I didn't know how to do any of it. I didn't know how to, do a cutout to make a thumbnail. I didn't know how to, find the color schemes and color patterns. I took all the stuff that I learned from my art classes and my culinary classes, and I studied how to edit on YouTube, and I spent hours, like, working that out. And I studied marketing. I studied all those different things. Pick Jimmy is a marketer. I'm picking his brain all the time. Like, yo, how do you do this? How do you do that? And every single one of those things, if y'all see my thumbnails, I use Salvador Dali in the background of one of those pictures. No, when I did Time to Burn, because my brain was thinking, this is a creative brand with principle. All of this is about clocks. They're using all of those, watches. And the first thing that popped in my head was Salvador Dali. And I was like, yo, the color schemes match up. That probably don't even matter to y'all. It probably ain't a big deal, but I'm not gonna be happy unless when I put up that thumbnail, it looks different than everybody else. And every single one of my thumbnails, I try to put some kind of Easter egg or something behind it that, like, yo, if you're looking at the minutia and the finite details, I find something to connect to that cigar brand, or I find something to connect to the mood of the cigar, or a movie you've seen. Even when I did, like, Oscar Valdez, I don't even like his cigars like that. But when I try to get the Back to the Future theme on that, and I did this whole 80s vibe with that thumbnail, and I put that into the channel. I did all of that so that when that thumbnail pops up, you're like, huh, who is this? What is this about? Because a lot of you guys are gonna follow me, but in order for me to get a new subscriber, I got to do something that's going to connect to somebody that's never seen my channel before. So if Steve Saka or somebody on Reddit does a repost or shares my channel, I want them to say like, dang, man, I ain't never seen anybody do this before. I wonder what this guy's talking about. And then when you come on the show, I want you to be able to watch him like, God damn, this dude really cares about what he's sending out to people. Like, he really gives a damn about the cigar. It's like a watermark, man. That's a good way. You know when, like, if you're listening to like DJ Drama, or if you're listening to DJ Clue, or somebody like that, they have a way of, they have a watermark on their thing, you know, or like Canon, like, you know, when the song come on, DJ Tony Touch, you know what it's gonna be, you know who that person is. Or like, say Pharrell, when he makes a beat, when he has that 4 count at the beginning of his beat, or like, yo, oh, that's a Pharrell beat. Or, you know, everybody kind of has their thing that you know who it is. And that's kind of what I wanted too. That's literally what I borrowed it from. I'm like, okay, when I do this, you're gonna know that this is it. And Cigar Hound Dog has the most brilliant thing at the end of his YouTube shorts. Cigar Hound Dog, and when that clip ends and you hear that woof woof, I was like, God damn it, why not think of something like that? Because it's the smartest watermark on his shit. And the dude has 10,000 subscribers because he knows how to market who he is, right? And I got nothing but respect and love for somebody that's doing that shit, man. And that's the thing. Like, I want y'all to feel like when y'all see my thumbnails, or when you hear the music, or if I'm doing a cold open to my videos. And when I started the channel, I was doing impersonations of people. I had an impersonation of Lee Mack and Cowboy. Should I Smoke This? And Tim. And I was doing it because I wanted people to see, like, yo, I'm not just some dry dude. I got a sense of humor. I got a personality behind this shit. And I sat and I thought about all of that shit, man. And I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how I was gonna make this my own. And I hope everybody that gets on it, if they're gonna make a podcast, or they're gonna, you know, be a vlogger, or whatever the case may be, I want them to have that identity, and I do everything to share my ideas. And if you want to borrow something from me, that's cool, because there's nothing new under the sun. But you still got to find a way. You're gonna be an individual, and to be an educator on this one, and to not be arrogant about it. I started out just like y'all. I had to start out like I was 28 before I got into cigars. I had to learn all of this shit too. And the best way to do it is just to make it fun, man, and to make it so, like, here in Japan, hip hop culture is spread it all the way out here to Japan. Right? You want to have something that's gonna make that mark. Kool Herc didn't make a lot of money off of hip hop, but the dude started the shit. And being a 43-year-old man, I know who Kool Herc is. Somebody out here might not know him, but somebody might. But you want to create a legacy. So if I shut this channel down today, I want y'all to be able to, like, yo, damn, man, whatever happened to EKB? He used to do XYZ on his channel. The same way I would tell you guys to go and watch Mr. Lancero, or the same way I'll tell you guys to go watch Ron Real or Dr. Joe. I want to create a legacy. I might not be the most famous. I might not have the most subscribers, but, you know, maybe if I stop doing this one day, or somewhere down the line, maybe somebody be like, yo, I used to watch this channel and he really influenced me. And then this person would get on and now he got 20,000 subscribers. Or like, yo, this really helped my channel grow because this cat told me to do this thing, or I borrowed this from him. And then he took it and made a spin on it and made it his own thing. That's the type of shit that's just gonna, like, I'll feel like I did something. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I don't know, but What did Tupac say? It was something along the lines like, I may not be a superstar, or I may not be the biggest star in the world, but I'm gonna spark the brain that's gonna be the person that's gonna be the next superstar or something like that. That's what I want to be. Maybe I'll be the Tupac of this shit. And that's not why I wear the bandanas up here. I actually didn't like Tupac's music like that. I probably like 10 of Tupac's songs. But as a mind and as a creative, that dude been dead since 1996 and still is able to put out music in 2023. That shit cray. But that's an artist. That's somebody that understands this craft. And I want to be that for cigars, and not just for cigar reviews. Me and DJ were going back and forth about like how people are as influencers, and some people don't want to be called an influencer. What's wrong with being an influencer? Somebody had to influence me. Somebody had to influence DJ. And in order to be able to, like, how many cigar brands are out there? And these people are putting out thousands of cigars at a time. It's hard to keep up with every brand. It's hard to keep up with Patina, La Galera, uh, Crown Heads, Foundation, Illusione, Warped, Arturo Fuente, shit, Quay Dorsey. Like I can just keep going naming cigar brand after cigar brand, and each one of those got a whole portfolio of their own. It's hard to sift through that. It's like digging for records. It's hard to sift through to find out exactly what you want. But if you go into any kind of store or a lounge or something like that, you want the person that's the clerk or the person that is, you want to find that old head that can go in there and tell you like, yo, what you like to smoke? You like mild cigars? Okay, if you go over here, you can go and get the Hoya de Nicaragua, or you can go get Drew Estate's Warhawk, or you can like they can point you. Oh man, you want something that's a little more high end? Try this Don Padron. You want somebody that can, off the top of their head, that can show you this and why you like it. And if that person can read you that quick and say this is what you like to smoke and that fast, and they got enough knowledge to point you in the right direction, that's a wealth of knowledge. That's an influence. But you don't want to be an influencer that you just throwing stuff out there. Know your shit. Know your craft and know what you're talking about. Yeah, true. I think it's the stigma the name brings that the people will confuse it with. But influencer is the right word for cigar reviewers, for sure. Dog, when it comes to like, I take it serious to be a cigar reviewer. And I honestly think it's one. I did a show a while back when I was talking about like how important it is to be a cigar reviewer, and we were talking about how like you don't make a lot of money off of this, but it's a really valuable thing. When even when it comes to like movie reviewers, album reviewers, or whatever that case may be, or somebody like what's my man name, Marcus Brantley, MKBHD, and he's reviewing technology and all that kind of stuff. That dude is making a ton of money off of this. But I watch his channel not because he's like, not because he's wealthy or anything like that. He don't even talk about that side a lot. But when that dude, whether he's reviewing electric cars, or he's reviewing the newest iPhone, or the Galaxy, or he's reviewing he had a thing that he was reviewing like old tech, and he was going into video games and all that kind of stuff. He is a wealth of knowledge. He's a young cat, but you see that he doesn't just talk about it, he lives it. If you watch him, he has the tech on his arm. He'll have the tech in the background. He's using that same tech to make his channel, and he lives it on a daily basis. And it's anything that you throw at him, technology-wise, I put money he would have some kind of experience with it, and he knows what he's talking about. that type of reviewer is everything for somebody like me. I'm not the most tech person out there, but when I'm trying to get a new phone, I know I can go to his channel to get the insights, and then I can take that and then I can figure out, okay, this is what works for me, right? And I try to do that same thing when it comes to my cigar reviews. I just hope that everybody can see, like, okay, this dude, he's not just throwing it out there and just saying something. Like, I get mad at myself if I'm gonna put a cigar that's popular onto one of my top 10 lists or something like that, and I haven't smoked it, right? I'm like, I can't put this up here because I don't know what I'm talking about with a cigar yet. When I did the Connecticut top 10 Connecticut's the other week, me and Cigar Hound Dog have been talking about the Patoro Terry Blanche, and I know he and I have a similar palate, and we know where we differ. And that dude loves that, and he's telling me like, "Yo, dude, this is the best Connecticut that's out there." But I didn't put it on the list because I hadn't smoked it yet. Now I might be, somebody might be missing out on that cigar because me as an influencer and as a reviewer didn't mention it. But until I got the cigar downstairs, but until I smoke that cigar, I'm not talking about it yet because I don't know. That's a part of my integrity. Now, it bothered me that I couldn't put it on the list because it's one of the newest cigars out there, but I can't do that without having that integrity behind it. Glad I caught you live. What do you think about the My Father Liebes You 1922? I have a review on that one, man, on my page. I think it's still up. I like the cigar. The main thing I can tell you about My Father, I used to be really heavy into My Father, but it's one of the top cigars that are out there, and I believe it's there for a reason. And I smoke it, and I like the cigar. I like that kind of leather armchair. You get the robust flavors in there. You get the leathery notes, but it's not my favorite. But I still suggest to people that you should go out there and try that cigar. That's a cigar for me that, like, if I'm smoking with some older cats, and I just kind of want to like pair it with a drink or something like that, I will go out and get the Liebes You 1922. But it's not something that I would smoke on a regular. It's not something that I jump on and say I want to go grab this cigar. I got to be in the mood for that one, if that makes sense. This is my go-to channel for cigar reviews. Love your authenticity. GK, man, thank you, man. That honestly, that means a lot, bro. That really does mean something to me, man. That integrity is everything. So if you love the Liebes You 1922, I think it's a good cigar. I wouldn't say it's one note, but My Father as a brand to me, kind of like all of the cigars kind of felt the same to me. I feel like if I smoke the Liebes You and the Judge, I don't feel like it's too much of a separation for that cigar, right? I feel like if I smoke either one of the two, it's kind of giving me the same vibe every time I smoke it. But sometimes you want those kind of heavier, woodier, leathery, dark notes. You want that. You want that robust flavor profile. And that's a good thing. But for me, I've been kind of leaning towards something that will be more like the La Carême or the Saka Khan, the Anemoy. That's kind of what my lane has been. And that's just for me. And that's one thing it's for my palate. But I still try to, like when I did the review on it, I try to give everybody what I was feeling with that cigar. So it might work out that it might work for what your palate is. So if you haven't had it yet, so I didn't know if you had it. I recommend you try it. Highly recommend that you try it. Because there are a lot of people that love that cigar. When you kind of get into like, I don't know, I wonder if there's a level of bias with me on this one, because I got kind of turned off by Cigar Aficionado with the way they were doing like a lot of their #1 cigars and stuff like that. And I kind of felt like their palate was kind of antiquated, and I felt like a lot of money got into what their opinion was on a lot of cigars. So I think I kind of strayed away from that a little bit. And I think because it didn't catch me I've had that cigar more than a few times, but I just don't think it really caught me, and I just kind of felt like it's kind of an antiquated flavor profile. And I think I kind of aged out of that. What did you drink with it? Red wine. I think at the time it was a cab that I was drinking a lot of the time, and it was Merlot, and I think I was into like a lot more of the robust, dark, rich, chocolatey, um, pit fruit flavors, and I think that goes together really well. Because to me, like I feel like though, like my father is all about having those real like dimly lit jazz music, armchair kind of cigars that go along with that. Like you really gotta have a mature palate for that. That's what I think. That's the vibe that they give me with those cigars. And there's a market for that, and there's a flavor profile that goes along with that. There's a group of people that I really feel like if you're gonna be going to something where you got some nice clothes on, and you're around some people and you're talking business, or you're just trying to vibe out like that, that's a good cigar for that moment. You're not gonna be picking out like a lot of like you're gonna get a lot more of the fruit forward notes with that based on what you're pairing it with. Or if you're gonna have like a white wine or something like that with it, like a Riesling or something, and you're gonna get those grapefruit flavors and all that kind of stuff. I think it's gonna pair well with those dark, robust flavors. If you're gonna be eating a good dinner, and you got like a nice glaze with your steak, and that that type of vibe, it fits that for me. I hope that makes sense. I hope I'm conveying that in the right way. When I'm sitting back and I'm trying to like really chill, and it's just me with a glass of wine, I would that's when I would go towards like my father collection. I mean, I would say the same thing even when it goes to like Florida Lancentillas. That's like that's when I go to those. Yeah, dude. Like if you're going into a lounge, and it's one of those cats and you got the old dudes in there and they just sitting back talking shit, grab on my father. I think that's one of those that'll work for that vibe, man. You got something that you can sip on. You got some good bourbon or something like that. Get my father for that. You know, I kind of like that whole thing. Like that's what really makes cigars cool, man. That when you like you can set a mood, you can set a vibe. You can really like you can really like set up, like you can make your own experience. You can set your ambiance, and you can set whatever mental state you're in. And my favorite thing now is when I'm going into my humidor now. I'm like, yo, what am I feeling tonight? What kind of mood am I in? Like sometimes I come up here and I put my lights up, and Zushi is all lit up, and this island right here is Enoshima. They got like a tower up here, and they got a it's like a lighthouse that's up there. It's huge, and this whole area is lit up. That's when I go out and I get my Maduros, and I come up here with a rich Maduro, and it's late at night, and it's just me, and I can just watch the night twinkle, and I can watch the stars, and I can sit here in this lush environment, man, and I'm just like it's just me and my cigar. I ain't reviewing for nobody. I'm not in a group chat. I'm not doing a live. It's just me and these rich, robust flavors. If I'm getting chocolate notes, if I'm, if I'm trying to get something, if I'm getting these, that bready note in there, or if I'm just tasting leather, I can just disappear. And then some days, I come up here and I'm like, oh man, I want something that's floral, or it's a nice day outside. So then I might go and get a chinchale from Warp, and I can smell like all these trees that are in the air and the birds are chirping and shit like that. And I got a nice cold drink. I get one of my teas or something like that. All those flavor notes are working together. I set a mood and I set a vibe, and I can just disappear for a minute. Sometimes I just want a cigar, and I was like, okay, I need something that's gonna give me some really nice, fruit notes or some flavor notes, and I might grab one of the Casa 1910s. Thank you for your time. For some of us that mostly smoke our cigars by ourselves, having a channel like yours is a blessing, man. Yo, look, you guys are as much company for me as I could be for y'all. And I really hope, that we sitting out here and just chopping it up like this, man. I know it's late at night for some of y'all. It's the middle of the night or something like that. It's one of those things like y'all really, give me company. Like I'm out here in a place where I don't speak the language, and it's kind of hard to make friends out here. It's hard to just go to a lounge and just chill or find a bar where I can just chop it up with people. I miss being able to have a lounge, man. So you guys give me that too, and we can just talk a myriad of topics. I can pick your brain. You guys can pick my brain. It's no other way that I can sit in a place for 4.5 hours and just shoot the shit and talk, man. And I get to connect with people all over the world, man. That's a good vibe. And it's hard. Like I love talking cigars, the same way that I love talking food, and I love talking culture and fashion and movies and music and all that kind of shit. It gives me a chance to do that. I can talk sports with y'all. I can, and I don't get to do that often anymore. So thank y'all for keeping me company, man. That it's everything. And who would have expected like it would still be 10 people in a chat with me, man. It means a lot, sincerely. I ain't even got a cigar right now, and I'm enjoying myself. I was supposed to go about an hour ago, and I'm still sitting out here, man. My wife gonna kick my ass, but I'm gonna go downstairs, and I'm still in my gym clothes, and she can be like, "Yo, you ain't ready?" But man, I can do this for hours, yo. I literally I can do this for hours. I've done it for hours. So thank y'all for keeping me company too. Like you said, I pulled the trigger on a couple of Ellie Stallone cigars today. Father's Day discount. Have you tried any of those? No, I've seen them, man, and I haven't tried them yet. So you're gonna have to tell me what you think about those cigars. I need you to review that for me and let me know what you think, because I haven't had them yet. I've heard mixed reviews, but I can't really go based off of that until I actually try it for myself. But I do want your feedback. Let me know what you think. And I blew a lot of my money the other day. I was talking about that earlier in the live. So I don't have a lot of money right now. It's some cigars like that West Tampa company. I got the white and the black, and the red just came out, and I wanted to buy that for the Father's Day cigars. I know Corona cigars got a really nice discount going right now. Neptune cigars got a really nice discount. I don't know where you got your discount from. Thank you, man. But I it's it was some options, and I should have bought some cigars for myself, and I didn't do it this time around, just because, man, so many people have been sending me cigars recently, and that's really been one of the godsends. I've been getting a lot of bombs recently, so thank you for anybody that sent a cigar out to me or wanted to do that to me. That's really helped out the channel a lot, and it's really saved me from, like, cause when I first started this, when my most popular video on my channel, I think it's getting close to, if not hit 14,000 views, is the website, the top 10 websites that I did. I did a two-parter on that. but the first one really took off. And I still, to this day, I don't know why that one took off the way that it did. But being out here, I didn't know where to go to buy cigars. So the only way that I can get cigars was to have them shipped to me and go online to find cigars. And I was spending a shit ton of money, man. And when we were talking about how, like, you don't get paid for doing this channel, like, everything was coming out of my pocket. That's another thing I could probably go on a long diatribe about. So the only way that I would buy cigars is when there was a holiday. I would go when they would do a discount. And I was taking my little chump change. And at the time, I wasn't really working a lot, you know, because my wife had a job out here. And when I started the channel, it was in the middle of the coronavirus, the COVID breakout. So we really couldn't go outside. So whatever little bit of money that I got doing odd jobs or whatever I was doing to get money at the time, I was taking that money to go on, you know, to find different websites. So that's why I made that episode. And I was trying to lead people, you know, to where to go to buy their cigars online, because that's what I was going through. And I was spending a lot of money buying cigars, man. So I would wait for whatever discount, whether it was Father's Day, whether it was, you know, Memorial Day, whatever the, you know, Christmas, whatever. And that's how I was buying my cigars. So that's the way I kind of got by. And people were like sending me these bombs. I haven't had to spend a lot of my money on that. So right now I'm saving up a lot of my money because my oldest daughter lives in North Carolina. I'm trying to get her out here to Japan. So that's where my money is going. So people, you know, sending me those bombs and stuff, that's what really helped me out to be able to sustain the channel and to be able to review some of the newer cigars or some of the cigars that I wanted to get. There were people that even, you know, when I did the wish list, that was sending me cigars off of my wish list. I never expected that to happen, man. So like I'm grateful for all of y'all to take the time to listen and take the time to hang out with me and support the channel that way. That was a lifesaver. But utilize that show. Let me know where you're buying your cigars from. Let me know where you're getting your discounts from and all that kind of stuff. So when I do spend my own money, that's the only way I'm gonna do it. And just kind of getting those discounts. So check out Corona Cigars right now. They got a really good discount. Neptune has a really good one. And I think Fox Cigars is still doing something really good too for the holiday. But there's some cigars that I wanted to get. I think right now I didn't see a lot of the new cigars that I wanted to get, but I know once PCA drops in the next couple of days or so, everybody's going to be doing some new releases. I know EP Carrillo's got something going. Saka got a lot of stuff going. Foundation just released a new one from their Charter Oak line that's out there. And I'm not as up to breast as I should be right now. That's probably what I should do a little bit later on today, is just go and do a deep dive on a lot of these PCA things to see what's coming out next. And now I can talk to you about that. Would be a good live to do and just talk about like some of the new stuff. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll do, you know, either a live or episode on some of the new cigars that we're doing. I don't know if y'all remember, like I did like a news show for a while, and I was really trying to like I was trying to create like a news show. It took a lot to produce that, but it was kind of fun doing a lot of research to see what the new cigars were, a lot of the talking points on what was happening with some of the companies, whether there was a fire at, you know, at a tabacalera or something like that. And that was really fun, man, but it was just hard to keep up with that show, and I had a lot of stuff going at the time. But I need to do that just for my own sake. It was just good to have that knowledge of what was new, what was coming out there. But the only reason why I've been getting a lot of newer cigars and a lot of stuff that's going on is just being with the new wave cats and people sending me bombs. That's the only way I've been able to keep up with things lately. Working so hard, it's been hard to keep up, and I haven't been researching the way that I normally did. Do y'all know anything that's about to come out right now? What are y'all looking forward to? What are some cigars that are on your radar that I might not know about, or something that like you're just waiting to jump to see what is a new arrival, or something that you haven't had yet that you want to try out? The only thing that I can think of for myself right now is what what I mentioned, that West Tampa. I really want to see what he's doing with that. And I got those cigars. Like I haven't smoked them yet, because I was waiting to do the buyer's guide and do a lot of the comparisons. I really need to take the time out to do a lot of those comparisons. Those are like some of the most fun shows for me to do, where you got two cigars that, like, it's so easy. Like all of these cigars look alike, and it's so easy to think that all cigars are just tobacco and they all taste the same. But when you can find something that is like, you got something that got a Connecticut leaf, or something that has like a natural, something that's like maybe sun grown, and you got two cigars that are, are in the same line, but there's supposed to be like a slight difference in the blend, and then see if like is one gonna be, uh, you know, creamier, or one is gonna have a more harsh flavor profile. Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, that Wagashi, that brulee. I was just talking about that one with the new wave guys. Like, I'm so hype about that one. I'm so hype about that. Ooh, I want that one so bad. I cannot tell you. That brulee line is already one of my favorites, man. And I feel like, I feel like I hop on Saka's nuts a little too much, but he is absolutely my favorite blender right now, man. He don't miss. And the way he was describing that cigar, I know that's gonna be a killer, and I know it's gonna be an industry killer. And when I talked to Sanj the other day, he was saying that he has a new SP1014 called a Charisma that's gonna be coming out. I'm really excited about that too. Really excited about that. Um, I don't know anything else that's like off the top, but Saka's gonna kill it with the Wagashi, yo. That thing is gonna be. I know that's gonna be money. I will be shocked if I'm let down by that cigar. And that's one of those that I'm going out and with my own money, I'm gonna get that. I hope, like, I'm on his list of cigar reviewers. So I might have to drop that man a message just to be like, hey man, when you drop that in November, can you send that to me? Like, and I don't do that much. It's not often that I go to somebody and ask for something. I don't do that too fast. But I might do that. That might be one I might have to just put my pride aside and be like, hey, bro, don't forget about me. And I knew I've been waiting on the shipment of the Padron 1964. Never tried it. I absolutely love the Maduro 4000. Yeah, man. I get in a lot of trouble for my perspective on Padron. And if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. I do like Padron. I don't want to give anybody the opinion that I don't like Padron. I do really like Padron. I just think they're overpriced. But the 1964 is still a good cigar. And I still go out there and I try them, and I smoke them a lot. And for me, I think if you like Padron, then you would like my father. I think they're kind of in the same vein to me. I don't know. If you like one of those two, I think you will really like it when that cigar drops. And if I get it, I'll smoke it. But it's just very rare that I will spend my money on Padron, just because I don't know. I think it's a cost thing for me. I feel like there's other cigars that you can get that's kind of in the same vein without spending as much money on that. But I know people are diehards for that line, that 1964 line. And I don't knock them for that. And I tell everybody, like, yo, if that's your thing, it's worth it for you to spend your money on that cigar if you know you're gonna love it. It's well worth it. I just kind of feel like I never get enough flavor wise out of Padron cigars to spend that type of money on it. That's just for me. Construction wise, they're money. It's very rare that they will ever fail you as far as like dealing with construction issues, with the burn, and with the consistency that they make. If you smoke 10 of those, 9 out of that 10 are gonna smoke the same way as the last one. And you gotta really respect the company that can have that kind of consistency. So I always praise them for that. But I am kind of curious to see, you know, what the new line is gonna be like. So I'll try it out, but I highly doubt that I'll do that. More than likely, like when people are sending me bombs now because I did that Patron video, everybody sends me a Padron now because they either want me to like Padron or they like giving me shit and just fucking with me because they know. I get a lot of Gurkhas now too because I said I didn't like Gurkhas and I did those videos about Gurkhas and now everybody just likes to troll me and I think it's the funniest shit in the world. I had somebody send me my man Steve. He sent me a Great Day cigar from Lee Mack because of that whole thing that happened with Lee Mack, and I think that's the funniest shit in the world. I get that a lot, and people sending me Cardwells all the time because I talk shit about that brand. And I like I can't remember the guy's name. Kyle Gellis, I think. Is it Gellis? Oh, sorry if I confuse names. I do that from time to time, but I don't dislike Cardwell as a whole. I know they do well as a company, and I know people really like their cigars, but it doesn't suit my palate, and it doesn't suit me. But I like for people to fuck with me and troll me because I'm a shit talker. When I'm playing sports, when I'm playing video games, I talk a lot of shit. So I come from the Jordan era, so I'm gonna talk my shit. So when people give it back to me, I like it. It gives me that battery in my back, and I always try cigars whether I like the brand or not because it's not right for me to review a cigar line or to give my opinion on a cigar line if I'm not trying it. Right? I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And it's also kind of cool when you get a brand that you're not a big fan of and you get a line out of there that's something that you like. So like I did a review for Stolen Throne the other day, and I reviewed the Phantom Queen. I was not feeling the experience I had with the Phantom Queen, but I gave high praise to the Crook of the Crown. I love that cigar. I just think it's a really good cigar, and I'll do that. Same thing when I talk about Alec Bradley and Alec and Bradley. I do not like the Gatekeeper. Cannot stand that cigar. I don't like the Prensado. The Prensado got high marks from a lot of the more established reviewers and the brands like that. Kyle Gellis is Gorp. La Camino is really good too. Thank you for that. I always get their names mixed up, so that's on me. I do that sometimes, um, especially off the top of the head. But when it comes, Kyle Gellis is a weird dude. That's why I get them mixed up because both of those dudes are really weird, kooky guys, man. But what I was saying is with what was the cigar that I was gonna name in that one? After the shit, my bad. Talking about Stolen Throne, and there was another. Oh, so I was talking about Alec Bradley and the Prensado. Like Cigar Hound Dog loves the Prensado. I didn't like that, and I know that's one of the more highly rated cigars that's out there, especially with a lot of the old school cats. But I can't stand it. But if you give me a Kintsugi, I love the Kintsugi. That's if I'm doing the top 10 for my personal cigars, I might put the Kintsugi in their top 10 for real. And construction wise, it's not too many cigars that's fucking with it. And then as far as getting into just the flavor profile, like that milky texture that it has, and it has like these sweet notes in it, like it's nothing that tastes like it. So I was going through a period where I just wasn't feeling Honduran tobacco a lot. And, Alec Bradley and Alec and Bradley are a Honduran focused brand. Like that's where they're based out of. And I wasn't really feeling a lot of their portfolio. But that and the Magic Toast, I smoke it anytime. And I give them high praise for that. So when you got a lot of different, brands out there, it might be something that I don't mess with as a whole, but I try to go through the whole portfolio and I try to try it out to see what I really think about it. Warp. I don't think it's too many cigars in that Warp line that I don't like. to me, they kind of focus on trying to create like Cuban-esque cigars, but that Chinchale is not Cuban-esque at all. But that Chinchale is a killer. It's an absolute killer. La Camina is a very Cuban-esque one that is really good. What's your most recent cigar that you smoked that blew you away the most? Oh, we were just talking about this the other day, man. I talked a lot earlier about the Casa 1910s. That really had me like floored. Um, we were also talking about Time to Burn from Principal. Principal cigars. That patina that I had, the patina anniversary that I had was really, 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 really good. Really good. Uh, damn. We talked about Saka Khan. We talked about that. That really stood out for me. Really, this year, those are ones that I can think of that really kind of did it for me. Okay, I'm about to go home. I work overnight. Man, I'm glad I can keep you going overnight, man. Osakara sama this. You work hard, man. Enjoy your night. Get some rest. Principal cigars, just in general, has been great. Patoro has been really good to me. Patoro's been doing some really good stuff, man. What else? I really feel like I was kind of nervous this year about, like, we're already halfway through the year, and I took that time off from smoking cigars. It was about 2 months that I didn't smoke anything, and I was kind of going back to some of my old favorites. So I really haven't had anything new that has blown me away other than what I just listed, and I feel like I'm missing something. That it's got to be some other things. When I did the underrated top tens the other day, I was putting in some cigars that I really enjoyed. So I would check that out just to kind of, you have my focused thoughts on that. That should be something that should really, help you out. So yeah, write those down, man. I think they'll do something good for you. And they say, yes, sir, the Kintsugi was, I believe, their last release before they sold to STG. Right. Matt is right that Terry Blanche and the Martinique. Yeah, Martinique was definitely one of them. I want to smoke the Attic because I'm hearing certain good things about that cigar. It's the same cat that does the West Tampa Company, man. I hear he's doing some really good stuff. What else, man? Throw out a brand, man. I'll see if something comes up, man. Warped has been doing some really good stuff. I haven't really been smoking the Lugione recently. I kind of got bored with them for a minute, but they make some really good stuff. Oh, the Olmec. How did I forget that? The Olmec. Crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. If you haven't had either the Maduro or the natural on that one, either way you go. Placencia did their Colorado. That was really good. It's going to be ironic that I mentioned this one. The 10th anniversary for Florida Las Antillas. I did a review on that one. That's a $40 cigar. I wouldn't recommend spending $40 cigar, but if you can get your hands on it, when I smoked it again for the live the other day, it was really good. Matt was like, look, dude, I know you didn't like it the first time you had it, but dude, you got to smoke this one again. And he was right. He was right. So write those down. $40 for a cigar, though. It's like, fuck out of here, man. Throw out some brands, man. Like, maybe something that would kind of come up, because I feel like I'm missing something just kind of doing it off the top of my head. Like, after a while, like, your brain becomes soup because you're just smoking so many different cigars and you're smoking so many different brands. Hopefully I'll give you kind of something to chew on, but those have really been good to me. Lampert, the Azul, is that thing crazy good. Principal, that Martinique from Principal was crazy. Placencia. I haven't been feeling La Polina like that, so I don't want to go on that route. Um, La Galera is a good line. Like the Jade. That's not really recently, but the La Galera Jade was really good too. That was a good one. I think I had that one last year, towards the end of the year. Ooh. Oh, somebody mentioned the cigar that I didn't like was the Ferio Tego. I didn't like any of those, and somebody sent me those in a bomb the other day. It was really funny, and they did it just because I didn't like that cigar. That was funny. Drew Estates, Drew Estate, the Warhawk, and I think that's Henry Clay. But that's really good too for Connecticut. Drew Estate. I always talk about the Undercrown 10. That's probably my favorite from Drew Estate right now. I haven't really been smoking a lot of Drew Estates, but there are some good things. I kind of stayed away from them for a while, to be for real. But that Undercrown 10 is money. How do I feel about Atabey and Byron? Atabey. It's an expensive cigar, but if you would talk about a cigar that is worth spending your money on, that Atabey is absolutely one of the best. It is one of the best. That's one of my favorites. It's one of my absolute favorites. I just smoked a Byron yesterday, and it was the Selection 1850. I think that's what it was. 1850 Selection. And it kind of smoked like a Davidoff to me. I didn't love it and I didn't hate it. It was cool, and that's an expensive cigar. Well aged, smoked like a well aged cigar. Great burn on it. It just didn't do anything for me flavor wise. Oh, the Amazon Basin. That's a cigar that I really, 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 really enjoyed. I got a review on that one. If you want to check that review out, that's worth checking out. But I highly recommend that cigar if you haven't had it yet. I don't know what y'all think about it, but I'm an absolute fan. That's one that I really thoroughly enjoyed that. How did I forget that one? That should have been high up on the list too. So that's from CAO. CAO has been doing some really cool stuff. Um, Andalusian Bulls, I love those, but I feel like everybody talks about those a lot. That's kind of cool. Mm, Ezra Zion got some really good stuff out there too, and so a lot of people on that. Yeah, I hope that's on your radar, man. If you haven't gotten it yet for that Amazon Basin, go out and do yourself a favor with that one. And it's like flavor works too, but it's one of those things that it's one of the most unique cigars that's out there, and nothing tastes like it, and that's why I like it so much. But it's just a really good cigar. Um, we were talking about it earlier, but that J.C. Newman Julius Caesar is a go-to for me. That's one that I absolutely love. I think we talked about Placencia. Who am I missing? I really like the Pledge by EP Carrillo. I think that's really good, and I think that one is kind of what lived up to the hype. A lot of people hyped that up, and I think it did well with the hype on that. I think it served its purpose, and it's really good. Oh, I've been talking about this one a lot. The Cuatro Cinco from JDN. I really love that cigar. Spicy, sweet, rich Maduro. Really got some chocolatey flavors in that joint. That joint is banging. a daily driver for me right now. It's like if I just want to smoke something that I know I'm gonna like, is the Micarita line. Absolutely love that. Damn, I mentioned the patina. Throw something else out there, man. Let me see. Just throw something that's been on your radar that you're checking out, and I'll let you know if I really liked it or not. It's really hard to go through. I'm literally like you see me thinking right now. I'm literally like trying to dig through my humidor right now and try to see like what I can pull out that has been really good to me. But I've been talking for damn near 5 hours, and I don't know if I'm fried or what. God damn. I mentioned Lampert. Oh, Dagley. I had the Daughters of the Wind, the SP 1014, Love and Passion, and the Black also stood out. Those are really good. While they're on the brain, can't forget those. I've really enjoyed those. Nah, man. From the Shizo line, nah. That's the one I gotta get on, but it's not one that I come across very often, and I think that's why. Like I just I don't get a chance to put my hands on it very often. We were talking about have I tried nub? Yeah, I have tried nubs. Because every now and then you want to get like a shorter smoke, and I enjoy those, and I think they're really flavorful, and the construction on them are phenomenal, phenomenal. Oh, the Bosphorus from the Osgood family. The Bosphorus was really good. I haven't had one of those in a few weeks, but I was smoking a lot of those too because I got a lot of those, and I told y'all about the La Carême. That's one that I've been smoking a lot. I think I've kind of gotten into a mode where since I wasn't doing reviews, I was just smoking cigars that I like. So the La Carême has been coming up a lot, and the Oscar Bosphorus was one that I was smoking a lot. The Micarita, I was smoking a lot, and that's kind of taken me away from kind of enjoying a lot of the different brands and experimenting a lot because I was kind of smoking a lot of old favorites just to kind of keep me sane from a lot of the stress and stuff that I've been dealing with. So I've been going back to a lot of old favorites. But the nubs, I dig those. I don't smoke them a lot, but I really dig those. But those have been a lot of the short smokes and that have been keeping me in a comfort zone. And the SB 1014s, I've been smoking some Cubans when I can get my hand on it. So the Quay Dorsey, Ramona Lones, the ADN was okay. I didn't love it, but I smoked that one recently. It didn't blow me away, but I had that one recently. La Aurora have been all right. Mm. I've had the Almaforte recently, and that was good. I did a short on that one. The construction on that was great, and that was a good cigar. It really treated me well the other night. That's one that I had recently. But I kind of feel like I didn't want to bring that up because it's such a common thing that a lot of people are smoking that, and we talked about that one before. What else? I don't know, man. I'm probably boring y'all to tears at this point, and we right at the 5 hours. So I spent a lot of time with y'all. I think I'll end it right here. Unless y'all got anything last minute that's gonna pop up, I think I'm gonna shut it down. Going once, going twice. 3 times? All right. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Get some rest. We'll be doing this again soon. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers that's out there. It's Juneteenth. Celebrate freedom. Oh, about Cubans. I'm going to Cyprus in August. I want to pick up a box of Cubans, and I'm unsure what I want. Okay. So I'll end it on this. Ramon Alones. You want to get that. Quay say number 50. If you see that, get it. Bolivar. If you see a Bolivar, get it. Partagas, Serie D. If you see that, get it. My favorite is the Monte Cristo number 2 and the number 4. Tea notes. Sometimes you get chocolate notes out of that. Absolutely delicious. The Magnum might be expensive, but the H. Upmann Magnum is a good cigar. It's worth it. What else? I would probably say those would probably be some of the best options to get. You can get them at a really good price, and all of them taste different. Yeah, Upmann, yeah, they're good. I like them. They're not my favorites, but they're really, really, really solid. I really lean towards the Ramon Alones, the Partagas Serie line, and the Monte Cristos. That's usually my go-to when it comes to the Cubans. I'm not really a Cohiba guy. Some people like those. I don't like to really spend my money on that. That's not my favorites. Oh, Oye de Nicaragua. Not Oye de Nicaragua. Oye de Monterrey. Epicure number 1 and number 2. Classics. So if you see those, grab those 2. And I'm not really a huge fan of the Romeo y Julietas. It's not really my thing, but they're not bad. But just off the top of my head, hopefully that helps you out. That should give you a pretty good selection on the Cubans to go. But definitely that Bolivar. Definitely the Ramon Alones. Trinidad. Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. Get a Trinidad. Without a doubt, get that. You might spend a penny, but it's few cigars that I tell you to go out there and spend your money on. Get Trinidad. God damn it, get Trinidad. Forgive me for not throwing that out there first. Forgive me. My bad. But yes, definitely do that. Yo, let me know. Let me know. That's going to be it, fellas. I'm going to shut it down from here. Thank y'all for hanging out with me, man. Y'all stayed with me for a long time, man. I really appreciate you. Once again, happy Father's Day. Celebrate Juneteenth. Smoke a really good cigar for me in the morning for my birthday. Show me some love, man. Keep smoking. BKB is out. Y'all be good.